Supervisor Chavez, would you like to test your connection?
Yes, thank you. I'll test my camera too. We're good?
We can see you, and I believe we can hear you. It's a little bit loud in here right now.
Okay. Do you want me to sing?
You're good to go.
Thank you.
Good morning. It is 9:30 on Tuesday, June 18th, and just as soon as we have a quorum of supervisors on the dais, I will call the meeting to order. So carry on. All right, here we go. Welcome, everyone. I'm going to begin with a roll call, and I know it's so hard to be quiet, and we're going to do a few things right at the top of our meeting. Let's begin with a roll call, please.
Supervisor Arenas.
Here.
Supervisor Chavez.
Here.
Supervisor Samidian. Absent. Vice President Lee.
Good morning, President.
President Ellenberg.
I am here.
You have a quorum.
Thank you. I would like our consecutive interpreters to please translate the following message into Spanish and then Vietnamese. If you are in chambers and require Spanish or Vietnamese translation, translation devices are available at the table at the back of chambers. The clerk can assist you with setup. Translation is also available in Zoom using the interpretation button. Additionally, as a gentle reminder for public commenters, staff, and those of us on the dais, please speak clearly and at a measured pace directly into the microphone to ensure accurate translation.
Buenos días. Tenemos interpretación disponible en la cámara y está disponible en español y en vietnamita. Los dispositivos se encuentran en la parte de atrás de la sala, en la mesa, y el personal puede ayudarlos. También tenemos disponible la interpretación en Zoom y la pueden acceder a ella en la parte inferior de la barra de Zoom, en el icono de globo. Y también pueden escoger el idioma que gusten. También se les recuerda al personal, al público en general y a todos los participantes en la reunión que por favor hablen claramente en el micrófono a un paso adecuado en el micrófono para que la interpretación pueda hacerse de manera clara. Gracias.
Cuộc họp này có cung cấp phiên dịch với hai ngôn ngữ, tiếng Việt và tiếng Tây Ban Nha. Nếu ông bà cần nghe phiên dịch, vui lòng liên hệ với thư ký ở cuối phòng để nhận thiết bị. Nếu ông bà đã nghe qua Zoom, vui lòng dùng chức năng phiên dịch Zoom và chọn tiếng Việt. Trường hợp ông bà muốn phát biểu, nếu ở trong hội trường này, thì hãy điền tên vào mẫu giấy màu vàng ở cuối phòng rồi trao cho thư ký. Nếu đang trên Zoom, hãy dùng chức năng giơ tay và chúng tôi sẽ gọi tên mời ông bà phát biểu. Khi phát biểu, ông bà vui lòng nói chậm và rõ ràng vào microphone để mọi người nghe rõ và phiên dịch được tốt. Xin cảm ơn. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now I invite you to stand if you are able, and Vice President Lee will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. We begin our board meetings each time with an invocation, which is an inspiring message to lift the work of the Board of Supervisors in the County of Santa Clara and hopefully all of your days as well. This morning's invocator is going to be introduced by Supervisor Cindy Chavez, who is joining us remotely.
Thank you so very much, and I'm sorry I'm not with you today. I am honored to introduce our invocator, Sonia Tetnowski. Sonia Tetnowski is a Muka tribal member and was raised on her reservation in Nihu Bay, Washington. Sonia is the executive officer of the Indian Health Center of Santa Clara County, serving over 22,000 patients through a team of 275 employees. She attended Concordia University in Portland, Oregon, where she received her Bachelor's of Science degree in Business Management and a Master's in Business Administration. Sonia served in the U.S. Army as a Special Operations Sergeant and a U.S. Paratrooper. She serves as the president of the California Consortia of Urban Indian Health and president of the National Council of Urban Indian Health. Both are organizations devoted to support and develop the quality and accessibility of culturally competent healthcare for American Indians and Alaska Natives in urban settings specifically. Sonia is a commissioner for the U.S. Department of Interior's Not Invisible Act, where she sits on 2 subcommittees for policy and programs. Sonia was also appointed to the U.S. Veterans Administration Tribal Advisory Commission, where she serves as the chair of the Health Subcommittee. Sonia has always worked and advocated for the betterment of American Indians, Alaska Natives, and our entire community. It is an honor to present her today.
Good morning. Please proceed.
Good morning. Thank you, Supervisor Chavez, for the invitation to speak today. Your vision, leadership, and courage will profoundly be missed, and I'm eternally grateful for all that you have done to ensure that our county is more just and equitable. I'd like to start today by offering gratitude to the First Peoples of this land. The Ohlone have stewarded these territories for thousands of years, and despite having survived multiple genocides, they continue to protect what is most sacred, the people and the land. A 3-step morning prayer. First step, plant your feet firmly on the earth using your 5 senses. Give thanks to our Creator for countless ways He comes to us through creation, for all the beauty that your eyes see, for all the sound that your ears hear, for all the scents that you smell, the taste that you taste, for all that you feel, the sun, wind, rain, snow, warm or cold. Pray this day that you may be open and attuned to the countless ways that our Creator comes to us through your senses, through the gifts of creation. Second, let go of all the pain, struggle, regret, failures, challenges of yesterday. Step out of it. Leave it behind. Brush the dust of it from your feet. With this third and final step into the gift of a new day, full of hope, promise, and potential. Give thanks for the gifts of this new day, which the Creator has made. As we move through today's meeting, may we always remember that within each of us lives the wisdom we need to create a world where all people live in dignity and safety in times of immense pain and suffering. May we choose to find our way back to each other and the teachings of our Creator. May we choose our humanity. May we choose to protect. May we choose the protection of the earth. May we choose to protect the most vulnerable. May we choose a world that is free of violence. And may the ethics of love and compassion guide us in our decisions that we make here in this chamber today. Amen. I'm honored to have shared this prayer with you and feel immense gratitude to each of our supervisors here today for their commitment to this work, to our community, and to our people. May each of you be protected and guided and move forward in a good way. Blessings to you all.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. This morning, we are offering 2 adjournments in memoriam, and I know that it sounds confusing that we are announcing an adjournment 2 minutes into the meetings, but this is really a courtesy to our honorees and their families so that they don't have to sit through the whole meeting and wonder when it is going to end. So we do this at the beginning, acknowledging that when we do adjourn the meeting sometime later today, it will be in honor and memory of today, these 2 community members. The first adjournment is being presented in memory and honor of Victor Garza.
Thank you. Today, we're adjourning in memory of Victor Garza, and I'm doing this in collaboration with Supervisor Arenas, and I also know that Supervisor Lee had a very close relationship with Victor. Victor, and in the chambers, we have his daughter, Cindy, and his 2 dear friends, Bob Nunez and Rose Amador. I want to thank them so much for being with us today. Victor was born on the 4th of July to a family of migrant farm workers in Eagle Pass, Texas, and he was always proud of his Texas roots. After working as a migrant farm worker in his teens, he moved to California, joined the U.S. Navy at 18, and worked as a welder before heading to San Jose State University. In the early 1970s, Victor and other members of the Chicano Employment Committee worked to ensure the San Jose Police Department, Santa Clara County Sheriff's Office, and San Jose Unified School District followed anti-discrimination legal decrees in hiring Latinos. Victor continued to serve and uplift his fellow veterans as an active member of one of the most important veterans groups in the nation, the American GI Forum. And he was also the first manager of the Santa Clara County Office of Veterans Services. He received numerous commendations and awards for his political activism and his bravery and his community involvement, including Outstanding Young Man of the Year by the USJCs, recognition by the Santa Clara County Human Relations Commission for outstanding service and dedication to the community, and he received proclamations from every level of government. In 1998, Victor was invited to the White House to participate in President Bill Clinton's initiative on race and poverty. One thing you may not know about Victor is that he was an Olympic cross-country torch relay participant in 1996. In 1988, Victor founded the La Raza Roundtable, which is when many of us met him for the first time. And it was the largest and is the largest coalition of Latino and Mexican American organizations that gather to give residents a voice in creating positive change. As chair of the roundtable, Victor was a strong voice for equitable education, immigration issues, employment, and promotional opportunities that impacted the Latino workforce, social and health issues, and veterans affairs. On June 30th, 2023, the assembly room at Conexión to the Community headquarters was renamed in his honor, and it's called the Victor Garza Gathering Hall. I've known Victor since 1988, and I have a tremendous amount of gratitude to him. He paved the way for so many of us to get to do the things we're doing today on behalf of the Latino community and the entire community. Victor is survived by 3 daughters, Cindy, who's here with us today, Leticia and Araceli, and 2 sons, Victor Jr. and Eric. 4 brothers, Felix, Humberto, Carlos, and Rolando, and 3 sisters, Enriqueta, Manuela, Elida, and several grandchildren. Victor, for all of us who knew him, was a fighter, a trailblazer. He just didn't stop when it came to social justice. To his family and friends, I want to share my deepest condolences. I'm so sorry for your loss. And I also want to thank you for years and years of sharing him with the community so he could do his good work. Supervisor Arenas?
Thank you. As agreed, Victor was a leading voice in the Latino civil rights movement in California, in our Bay Area, in our hometown. And he played a pivotal role in expanding opportunities for Latinos in the South Bay, including myself when I first started my elected public service. From improving services from veterans to expanding opportunities for education and economic justice, Victor's leadership opened the doors for just so many. And as we mourn Victor's passing, I'm absolutely grateful that we're here today to celebrate his accomplishments. And knowing who he was and sometimes the pressure he would put on us as public servants because we needed to make sure that we provided the service that he fought so hard for, I think he would want us to take opportunity to carry on his legacy by keeping the pressure on our own selves on his behalf. And he would want us to continue his legacy of challenging new generations of younger Latino leaders to aspire to carry on the work that he devoted his life to. Thank you.
Supervisor Lee, like add a few words.
Yes, as my colleagues have already mentioned, we absolutely mourn the loss of Victor Garza, truly an icon and legend for the Latino and Chicano community and beyond. He was a dear friend, and he devoted his life to create a better and more just community for Latinos, students, veterans, and all residents, not just in the Clara County, all the way to even Central Valley and Fresno. I get to know that back in 2012 when I decided to run against a not-so-great member of Congress there. Victor was my biggest supporter, introducing me to his friends and connections and bringing me to various events and helped me get over 80,000 votes in Fresno, believe it or not. Victor is a true hero and advocate for the Latino community. In the words of Victor Garza himself, quote, "I am no rubber stamp. If it's not good for our community, I will not support it," unquote. I just saw Victor a month ago, and despite his health conditions, he actually was still thanking me for what we are doing right here at the county to protect the most vulnerable. And he definitely really, care about everyone more than himself. And we really express our deepest condolences to his family and friends. Rest in peace. Que viva Victor Garza.
Susan, I believe somebody wants to say something on his behalf, his daughter.
I believe someone from the, is someone from the family going to say a few words? Welcome.
After hearing all the beautiful words, trying to pull myself together here. I accept the recognition on behalf of all my siblings for my father, Victor. I knew he was very close to all of you, and he never stopped his fight till the very end. As Supervisor Ottilie, even the month before, he still kept taking phone calls and trying to hold Zoom meetings, even from his hospital bed. That was who my father was. He continued to fight. I also just want to thank you and appreciate for all the support that you have given my dad throughout the years. And thank you. You thank me and our family for sharing him, but we thank you for allowing him to continue the fight with all of you. Thank you.
Thank you. May his memory be a blessing for all of us who knew and loved and respected Victor deeply. It is next my sad privilege this morning to honor the memory of one of Santa Clara County's most formidable lawyers, who leaves behind a legacy of love, dedication, professional excellence, and a slew of funny stories. I'll get to just one of them in a bit. Bernard Bernie Greenfield was born on December 2nd, 1947, and throughout his life was recognized for his generosity in all the big T's: time, treasure, and talent. He was a mentor to colleagues in the legal community, as well as to young students still in high school. He gave generously to organizations and causes about which he was passionate, and was never too busy for his family, friends, or peers. Bernie loved being a lawyer. God love him. Litigators are the toughest lawyers, and Bernie never shied away from a tough case. He was often referred to as a titan among attorneys, and he had the receipts to back it up. In 2024, Bernie was included among the top 100 list of California super lawyers, and he remained on the list of Northern California super lawyers from 2004 to 2012. In 2019, he was honored as Lawyer of the Year by the Santa Clara County Bar Association. Of course, Bernie's legacy isn't only defined by his legal career, but by the mensch he was in and outside of the courtroom, the conference room, and the office. As the firm's name partner, he always uplifted his colleagues, young associates, and everyone around him. As a family man, he treasured Rochelle, his wife of more than 50 years, as well as his 2 daughters, Lisa and Janet. He leaves behind the 3 of them, plus sons-in-law Yakov Strauss and Tyler Davis, and his beloved granddaughters, Lila and Remy Strauss, and Zella and Maisie Davis. I am told that Bernie was a devoted and doting girl dad and girl grandpa, and a father figure to countless young attorneys and students. As a volunteer, Bernie led dozens of students, teams of students through mock trial programs at local high schools, most recently Willow Glen High School, and was one of the founders of the Los Gatos Cupertino Saratoga Fast Pitch, a girls' softball association. Bernie was in the stands as often as he could be, cheering on every single player. As a master of disguise, I bet you didn't see this one coming, I'll share a quick story from a mutual friend, attorney Bill Goines. Bill was a first-year associate at Kindle and Anderson in downtown LA in 1974. On his first day, he walked past a young man sitting in a cubbyhole of an office. Bill peered in and introduced himself to a young Bernie Greenfield, noting in the corner of the office a coat rack with multiple hats and coats. Since a range of outerwear is definitely not necessarily in the Southern California climate, Bill inquired, and Bernie promptly responded, "Those are my disguises. I wear them for difficult investigations and service of process." Apparently, Bernie was not only going to law school in the evenings, but he was a respected paralegal and an intrepid investigator. Bernie and Bill quickly became friends, and after Bernie passed the bar, he moved to San Jose, joined Berliner, Cohen, and Flaherty, where Bill was then an associate. Bill was present when Berliner partner Sam Cohen made an offer of employment to Bernie. Bernie wanted to be certain Sam knew exactly who he was getting, so he reminded him, "Sam, you know I just went to law school at night." And Sam retorted, "I don't care what time of day you went to school. You have what it takes." And the rest is history. I am so glad I had the opportunity to know Bernie in his many capacities as an attorney, mock trial mentor, Jewish community leader, and more. He had the good sense always to surround himself with smart women, whether in his own family, his law practice, or on the soccer field. He impacted so many individuals, as well as the field of law, and he will be dearly missed. My husband, Steve, asked that I also include his sentiment in my remarks today. Steve shared, "One thing I cherished about Bernie was that he was always available to answer questions, make a recommendation, or provide guidance. And I mean always. I can't think of a time when he didn't take a call from me. And I don't mean return a call quickly or within 24 hours. He always answered and always had an excellent suggestion or recommendation. I will miss his advice and willingness to provide it so promptly, intelligently, and generously." With Bernie's passing, we have lost a great champion for our community and our youth, a great legal mind, and a wonderful human being. May his memory be a blessing to those who knew and loved him. Here with us today are his wife, Rochelle, daughter, Lisa, granddaughters, Lila and Remy, and the managing partner of Greenfield Law, Rachel Thomas. I'd like to invite them to come up to the podium and share some words about Bernie.
Thank you, Supervisor Ellenberg. And first, I want to thank the Board of Supervisors for this opportunity to honor Bernie Greenfield. As Supervisor Ellenberger said, he was a titan of the Santa Clara County legal community. He was a fixture of it for nearly 50 years. And he's going to be sorely missed by the legal community. I also want to take this opportunity to thank you for your public service. I can only imagine that public service is as stress-free as practicing law. So thank you on behalf of all of us. As the introduction indicated, my name is Rachel Thomas, and I was Bernie Greenfield's last partner. And Bernie's wife, Rochelle, invited me here today to speak on behalf of the family about his career here in Santa Clara County. Before I do speak about the career, I just want to acknowledge his family. And I should also preface that many of my comments are unsurprisingly going to echo what Supervisor Ellenberg said for two reasons. One, because he was renowned for the things that she noted. And second, Bernie loved nothing more, really, besides being an attorney, than repeating stories ad nauseum. So it will be particularly fitting that my comments will echo hers. Everyone knows how much Bernie worshiped his wife, Rochelle. It was his least kept secret. He told me every single day, I still can't believe she married me. She was really the only person who could tell him what to do, and coming from the managing partner of a law firm, please let me tell you that that is a very difficult thing, but she was on my speed dial. It only took about 2 minutes of speaking with Bernie to learn about his daughters. Lisa, who is charismatic and fierce, just like her father. His daughter, Janet, understated and strong, just like her mother. He adored them, but it took maybe even less time to see pictures of his grandchildren. There's really little I could say today that would do his family justice for his love for them. Bernie loved practicing law, but he didn't just love being a lawyer. He loved being a San Jose lawyer. He only came to Santa Clara County for the love of his life, Rochelle, but he quickly learned that this was a place to build his legacy. His entire legal career was within walking distance of the Santa Clara County Courthouse, and he loved that fact. From the 15th floor in the Gold Building, you probably all know the one on Market Street, you could find him any day of the week when not in court, staring out the windows at just about anything in sight and describing everything about it. He knew the square footage of a new project. He knew the history of the ownership of the land. And most importantly, he knew the people that made Santa Clara County the most wonderful place that it is. Bernie's professional accomplishments are too innumerable to recount, but he was particularly proud of what Supervisor Ellenberg noted, his Professional Lawyer of the Year acknowledgement by the Santa Clara County Bar Association, an organization that he supported for many years. But his true accomplishment as an attorney was not the accolades that he received. It was the relationships he built over his 47 years in practice right here in Santa Clara County. The relationships were not just with his clients. Bernie built rapport with opposing counsel. He garnered trust from the judges, and he was known for being a straight shooter. His word meant something, and his reputation reflected that. He embodied the best of what makes Santa Clara County world-renowned. He was hardworking, he was generous, and he was sophisticated. As already mentioned, Bernie mentored countless young associates, interns, students. There are former partners, associates, and interns scattered throughout the local legal community. Everyone in town knew that they could call Bernie if they had an issue. There was never a circumstance when he would not answer the call, as Mr. Ellenberg noted in Supervisor Ellenberg's comments. He could be on a cruise in Mexico or the mountains of Machu Picchu, and he would take that call. And now, in his memory, my colleagues and I at Greenfield the fierce litigation firm that continues to bear his good name, will answer those calls just as he did. We will continue in his footsteps, ones dedicated to the Santa Clara County community. We will be known as straight shooters, and we will always answer the call. Bernie Greenfield's memory will live on. It lives in our love for our families. It lives in our zealous representation of our clients, and it lives in our professionalism with opposing counsel and candor to the court. It lives on in our commitment to this community. May Bernie Greenfield's memory be a blessing.
Thank you, Rachel. We now have 2 commendations to present this morning, and Supervisor Chavez has teed up the earthquake celebration and has asked me to make a presentation, so I'm going to come and do that.
Supervisor Ellenberg, as you move forward, I wanted to say thank you for presenting it. I'm so sorry I'm not there, but I can feel the vibration of the young people in the room who are so excited to celebrate with us today. And I could hear it in your teacher voice as you were explaining each thing that was happening. I do want to just acknowledge one thing, Supervisor, as you begin, and that is President Ellenberg, and that is to say how grateful I am, not just for the 50 years, but the incredible partnership that the earthquakes played with us during COVID, getting the word out, making sure young people were getting vaccinated. And they were one of the first organizations, let alone sports leagues, who played such a leadership role for us. So thank you, Susan, for doing this on it.
I believe that our children and families' lives are all made better when they have access to those things that allow for healthy and sustainable life, including access to green space and opportunities to play outside. This year, we are celebrating 50 years of commitment to a sport, to our team, and to our community that shows our youth what it can be like to go outside and play when you show up for your community. The San Jose Earthquakes, the soccer players, the teams, the youth leagues, and community nights all add to the richness of our communities and give our children aspirational goals. This year, as the Quakes celebrate their commitment to children, our youth, and their families, we mark with them their 50th anniversary. I would like to invite Team President Jared Shawley, Chief Operating Officer Jed Metty, Quakes Academy Under-14 player Preston Swickard, hang on a second, Quakes legendary player Shay Salinas and Kelly Gray, and mascot Q to join me at the lectern in just a moment. But before we do the presentation and hear from them, I'm going to offer a little history on our team. And I say ours because San Jose Earthquakes were our first and have been our home team for half a century. The San Jose Earthquakes, founded in 1974 as Northern California's first professional soccer club and San Jose's first major professional sports franchise, initially competed in the North American Soccer League, followed by 3 other leagues, before becoming a charter member in 1994 of Major League Soccer, where it currently plays. The San Jose Earthquake is one of the most successful clubs in the history of American soccer, having won the 1974 North American Soccer League Indoor Championship, the 1976 North American Soccer League Western Division Championship, the 1985 Western Alliance Challenge Series Championship, Major League Soccer Western Conference Championships in 2001 and 2003, Major League Soccer Cups in 2001 and 2003, and Major League Soccer Supporters Shields in 2005 and 2012, among many, many other accolades. Countless Earthquakes first team and academy players have represented the U.S. and other countries at the senior and youth level, while 7 Quakes have gone on to represent their respective national teams in the FIFA World Cup. The San Jose Earthquakes 501c3 nonprofit arm, the Quakes Foundation, serves our community by promoting unity through sport. Since its inception, the foundation has strived through its initiatives to improve health and fitness outcomes for youth at nearly 150 schools, combat food insecurity by donating more than 500,000 meals, and grow the game by making soccer accessible to everyone through education partnerships with youth soccer organizations and local municipalities, clinics, camps, public arts campaigns, and capital projects. San Jose Earthquakes are celebrating 50 years of representing our city and Northern California with events throughout the year, including a 50th anniversary reunion at the end of this month, but I will let them share about that. With all those folks that I mentioned, come on up to receive the commendation, and then Jared and Preston are going to speak, and then, believe it or not, all of you are going to be welcome to smush up here for a big spirited photo. Okay, you can speak first. Yep, go right ahead, just real loud.
Good morning. My name is Preston Swicker, and I'm with the Quakes Academy U14 team. I have been playing soccer since I was 5 years old, and I love going to Earthquakes games. Thank you for having us here today. I want to invite all of you guys to the Earthquakes 50th anniversary match against the Los Angeles Galaxy at Stanford Stadium, Saturday, June 29th. It will be an awesome celebration and a great match. I look forward to seeing you all there. Vamos.
That's a tough act to follow. Thank you, Preston, for coming up here and speaking with everybody today. So Jared Shawley, Earthquakes president. It's a real honor for me to accept this accommodation on behalf of 50 years of Earthquakes history. I want to say thank you, first of all, to the Board of Supervisors, to the county staff, Supervisor Ellenberg, Supervisor Chavez. Supervisor Chavez mentioned it, but we really deepened our partnership with the county through COVID. And since then, we've been able to work on so many great initiatives with the county staff that we've really all come to appreciate the work you all put in every day, and we thank you for doing that for our community. And that's what the Earthquakes are about, 50 years of helping out the Santa Clara County community. As the oldest professional sports organization in this county, we have played games in all 6 major stadiums of the county. Our homes at Spartan Stadium, at PayPal Park, and at Buckshaw Stadium at Santa Clara University. But we've also done matches at Powell Stadium, at Levi's, and our big 50th celebration up at Stanford. So we are truly of this county and of this community. And it's not just the games that we play on the field. Our players are active in all the schools of the county, visiting thousands of kids in classrooms every year. And all of that is done to help grow the game at the youth soccer level. Our county is now home to over tens of thousands of youth soccer players, one of the largest participation regions in the entire world. So that's a fact we're proud of. Those are the roots that the former players, like Kelly Gray and Shea Salinas up here with me, our current players, that they work to build every day. And we're going to show that to the world during the 2026 World Cup. So the eyes of the world and soccer will be on our community here in Santa Clara County in 2 years. And we are going to show them the great youth participation we have, the professional players we have, and the community spirit that Santa Clara County has. So with that, we'd like to invite everybody out to Stanford Stadium.
Not yet. Oh, I'm so sorry. I thought you were inviting them up to the
No, not yet. I was gonna, just as Preston mentioned, and he had the best sales pitch possible, we're going to have 40,000 people next weekend to celebrate the 50th anniversary. And with that, I'll leave you with a Go Quakes. Thank you guys for coming out today.
I'm going to invite my colleagues down. We're going to turn our backs to you and do a photo with this group, and then we'll have everybody come up and we'll do a big photo as well.
squeeze in more?
Yeah. And then you go in. I know, yes.
That's true. That's much. We'll pause for just a few moments as folks make their way out of the chambers, and then we'll continue with our second commendation. Thanks so much.
I'm going to ask Shannon B to join me up here at the podium as we recognize her for 34 years of service.
On this side of the lights. It's weird. Sorry.
Well, it is my distinct honor and privilege to help recognize Shannon for her 34 years of service to the County of Santa Clara and to our community. Shannon began her county career back in 1990 as an advanced clerk typist in the Department of Agriculture, Weights and Measures. She joined the ROV in 1995, becoming an elections process supervisor in 1998. And in her time at the Registrar of Voters, she's managed the Candidate and Public Services Division for 14 years, overseeing development of the county's first electronic campaign filing system, promoting transparency and public access. She was promoted to Assistant Registrar in 2012 and then to Registrar in 2014, leading a team with compassion, authenticity, strong and deep commitment to county values, and deep respect for our diverse community. At the ROV and as registrar, Shannon's cultivated a workplace culture of family, felt and appreciated by many ROV employees, past and present. She sponsored the creation of an in-house leadership training that has promoted growth and professional development opportunities, fostering inclusion, empowerment, continuous learning, and improvement. She's overseen the implementation of the Voters' Choice Act, a complete overhaul in how we run elections, making elections more convenient, inclusive, and accessible through expanded opportunities, voter education, community engagement, and technology upgrades. Shannon's frequently praised by candidates for office for her availability and hands-on assistance during nominations periods, and gratitude's been extended by many office holders. Each election, Shannon extends a personal touch by helping voters deposit their ballots into the Burger Drive drop box and thanking them for voting. In her nearly 30 years with ROV, she's participated in close to 100 elections. Her long tenure of service and knowledge has placed Shannon in high regard by fellow elections officials from across California who admire her courage and the early adoption of the Voters' Choice Act. It's my pleasure and honor to commend Shannon for her 34 years of public service as an innovative leader, a dedicated steward of our democratic process, a person who's deeply committed to election integrity, also someone who I know is a truly caring, devoted mother, a truly committed leader in our community and who's given so much to the ROV and to the entire county organization and county community. Thank you so much for your public service. We're grateful for all that you've done for our community, all you have done for our elections processes, the bedrock of our democracy, and we wish you all the very best in your very well-deserved retirement, and know that you'll always be a part of the Registrar of Voters and a part of our broader county organization. Thank you, Shannon.
Well, thank you, James. Got me a little teary-eyed at the end, but those of my staff know that happens a lot, doesn't it? I do want to say thank you to the county and the county administration for the blessings and the incredible offers that opportunities that I've been able to have over my 34 years here in the county. I'm an example, I guess, of, I wasn't really going to say this, but since we started back so early in 1990, you can do anything in the county. If you work hard and you care about your customers, started at a clerical level, went to night school, and then was able to work my way up so we can all have, opportunities anywhere you're at. I just want to really say that means a lot. I come from a family, my mother, my brother worked for the county and retired from the county, so we're a family of civil servants. And thank you, Mom, and my parents there that have been my biggest supporters all my life. I do want to say also to the ROV staff, those of you and county council and those that I got to work closely with over these years, you all mean the world to me. And, we call ourselves, so there's the county family and then we have the ROV family. And that's what we are, and I'm gonna miss all of you very much. You're all incredible people, all of our family, that includes others. And my best boss in the whole world, John Mills over there. It's just been a blessing and an honor. It's been a privilege to represent the voters of Santa Clara County and be a part of our community and helping language and access all of these years. And my ROV family, all of our support together. You know how much I love you all. And you're the best election staff in the whole world. So I just thank you all. I'm so blessed. Thank you.
I'd ask the board to join me for a photo with Shannon.
She did. We're going to move now to public comment. This is the portion of the agenda set aside for members of the public wishing to address the Board of Supervisors on matters not on today's agenda, but within the purview of the board. We will first take speakers in chambers and then on Zoom. If you're in chambers and desiring to speak on public comment, please retrieve a yellow card from the back of the room and submit that to the clerk. If you are on Zoom, please raise your virtual hand. The speaking queue for both in-person and Zoom callers will close when the first in-person speaker begins speaking. So we'll give a moment to see how many cards and virtual hands we see.
Looks like we have 2 cards in chambers and 5 hands raised on Zoom.
Okay, let me just give that another second. Are we holding at 5 on Zoom, or do we have anyone additional?
We are up to 6 on Zoom. Seems to be holding at 6.
Okay, if we're holding at 6, we'll close the queue at 2 in person, 6 on Zoom, and let's set the clock for 2 minutes, please.
Our speakers in chambers are Mark Trout and David Clements.
For unto us a child is born, unto us a son is given, and the government shall be upon his shoulder, and his name shall be called Wonderful, Counselor, the Mighty God, the Everlasting Father, the Prince of Peace. Of the increase of his government and peace, there shall be no end upon the throne of David and upon his kingdom, to order it and to establish it with judgment and with justice from henceforth even forever. The zeal of the Lord of hosts will perform this. The Lord has sent a word into Jacob, and it is lighted upon Israel, and all the people shall know, even Ephraim and the inhabitant of Samaria, that say in pride and hardness of heart, the bricks are fallen down, but we will build with hewn stones. The sycamores are cut down, but we'll change them into cedars. Now that last verse was quoted by Tom Daschle, who was Senate Majority Leader right after 9/11, and he had no idea what he was reading. I mean, it seemed to apply, didn't it? The bricks are fallen down, but we will build with hewn stones. The sycamores are cut down, but we'll change them, what? We'll build the World Trade Center bigger and better than ever. We'll get those evil terrorists and so on. It did seem to apply. But in context, it said it was spoken in pride and hardness of heart. I'm not proud I'm this good looking. God made me like this. I have this face that he gave me. If I was full of pride because I was so handsome, what a fool I'd be. But if I was proud about sticking my dick up a man's butt, I would be, I mean, this is what you're doing and during LGBT month. You're saying this is something to be proud of? No, it's something to be ashamed of. And we have fallen from God, and Tom Daschle had no idea what he was actually saying to us as a nation. He was saying, you know what? We've forsaken God. We've become full of pride and hard of heart.
Before we hear the next speaker, I just want to note, as chair of the meeting, I want to state that I found those comments to be offensive and discriminatory, and just will make clear that they do not represent the perspective or position of this board or of our county. Next speaker, please.
Good morning, Honorable Supervisors. My name is David Clements. I'm a 12-year U.S. Navy veteran, a 10-year volunteer for the Santa Clara County Sheriff's Office as a Level 1 Reserve Deputy and Sergeant, and a 28-year employee of Santa Clara County Communications. I'm here today to ask you, the Board of Supervisors, to conduct an independent and impartial audit of the county communications system as a whole. We have a fundamental problem in being able to work collaboratively and resolve workplace issues with both management and labor relations. Since October of last year, we have attempted to resolve several grievances on issues that stem from an unfair practice charge, and yet we have nothing to show for it. County Communications Management believes it is okay to create minimum staffing to ensure that we are ready to help our communities, but when they willingly choose to staff below that minimum staffing, they believe they don't have to follow their own created policies. We have more dispatchers coming on board. That is good. We need to be relieved to be able to take on that emergency call when the residents call for us. For us not to be tired and exhausted, to make a mistake that would clearly cost us our job as the result of the department's staffing and extremely low morale issues. We will be reaching out to you as the Board of Supes to arrange meetings to discuss with you about the department and labor relations issues, their continued failure to listen and address the issues that will impact every resident who calls our 911 center. I'm also the Chief Steward for Santa Clara County Communications Dispatchers. We truly hope you will listen and afford us the opportunity to work towards resolving these issues in a collaborative manner as much as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Moving to our Zoom speakers now. Our first speaker is Meghna. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. Please go ahead.
Can you hear me?
We can.
Thank you, Santa Clara County Board of Supervisors, for your service and giving me the opportunity to speak here. As a mother of an athlete and a member of Mothers Out Front Silicon Valley, I urge the Santa Clara County Board of Supervisors to ban artificial turf on county-owned property and prioritize natural living grass to protect our children, climate, and environment. Artificial turf is a health hazard. It can reach up to a scorching 180 degrees Fahrenheit, making the surface dangerously hot to touch and can lead to dehydration and painful blisters in hands and feet. Injuries occur often and take much longer to heal. I've heard my child complain about turf burns, and here I quote Alex Morgan, a US women's national soccer team player, say, "When I play on grass, my body doesn't ache. It does get sore, but it doesn't pulse, and my legs don't hurt. But when I play on turf, my legs can pulse, ache for up to 24 hours, and it takes 3 to 5 days to recover. Where on grass, in 24 hours, I'm ready to play again." Artificial turf is made of petroleum and contains PFAS and other chemicals linked to cancer, organ damage. On hot days, it releases a pungent odor of toxic gases, which is inhaled by our little children, compromising their health and when they're just simply out to play in nature. To cool and clean artificial turf, regular drinking water is required, and the plastic grass runoff contaminates our streams and bay. For the sake of our children and the future of our community's health and safety, please prioritize natural living grass and encourage maintenance of it, for these living plants and green surfaces are the lungs of our planet and all living things. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Sean. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You have 2 minutes to speak.
Thank you for speaking out against hate earlier, Susan. Much appreciated. I'd be happier if you guys found a way to ban the speaker, but that's just me. I just wanted to make it clear that by continuing to allow OSH to prevent unhoused people, singles, or anyone from accessing the Sunnyvale shelter, you are placing people in danger, whether it's heat or anything else. Yesterday, I called the hotline for a senior citizen who was in imminent danger. She's being sexually assaulted. She's being bitten by dogs who are being sicked on her for not putting out sexually. She's having her drinking water contaminated and cut off if she doesn't put out sexually. I called the hotline asking for help for this person, and they said the wait time for single women is 3 to 4 weeks. 2 of the DV shelters are full, and it will be weeks before they have anything. I asked about Sunnyvale for an exception for one person. We're not accepting anybody at Sunnyvale. If anything happens to this woman, this Latino senior female, it is on you. Sunnyvale is sitting there with 100 empty air-conditioned beds that this one woman could go to, that anybody could go to, especially when it's hot. It's gonna be like 90 degrees on Monday. And OSH is still saying, no, we're not allowing anybody there. If this woman is sexually assaulted, if she is attacked by dogs, if she is, anything else happens to her, it is because she is being left out there for this to happen to her, because there's no place for her to go. And that's crap when there's 100 air-conditioned beds sitting at Sunnyvale with nobody occupying them and nobody willing to change that. That is on you. Please make change.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Ken. Please accept the unmute.
Good morning. This is Dr. Ken Horowitz of your Health Advisory Commission. And I wanted to make two remarks. One, I wanted to ask you to please appoint commissioners to our commission. We currently have 3 vacancies, and at the last meeting we had to cancel because we couldn't get a quorum. We have spoken to your aides on a number of occasions to get appointments to our Health Advisory Commission. So I ask you in the next few months, please appoint some more commissioners so we can meet our quorum requirements. The second comment is our commission wants to thank Jackie Lauer for her many years of service on the EMS and as an advisor to our commission. She has been a wonderful person, dedicated, always available, and we're going to miss her greatly in the county. And so we wish her Godspeed and a healthy retirement. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Srija Pavaluri. Please accept the unmute.
My name is Srija Pavaluri, and I'm the Government Affairs and Policy Associate at Toronto Wireless, a technology startup headquartered in the Bay Area. Our singular goal is to help bridge the digital divide for families and communities around the world. Over the past 4 years, we have learned more than ever the vital role of our frontline hospital and healthcare workers, all putting our health before their own throughout the COVID-19 crisis. In recognition of their selfless work, our partner, clean energy company Bloom Energy, hosted the inaugural Stars and Strides community run and walk 3 years ago, and together we've raised nearly $1 million to benefit the Valley Health Foundation. Tonight, I'm inviting you to join me to build on our success on June 29th for our 4th annual Bloom Energy and Toronto Wireless Stars and Strides community run and walk to support and celebrate our frontline hospital workers and the 1 million local patients they serve. Our ambitious goals for the 4th annual Stars and Strides community run and walk will be much more attainable with your help and participation. First, our financial goal is to raise and donate an additional $360,000 to the Valley Health Foundation, as they support 3 county hospitals and 14 healthcare clinics, which collectively provide healthcare services to more than 1 million of our neighbors annually, nearly 90% of whom are low-income members of our community. Second, our participation goal is for 3,000 paying participants in the First Citizens Bank 5K Run or Walk, First Citizens Bank 10K Run, or the HP Inc. Kids Fun Run. Third, our volunteer goal is for 400 caring volunteers pre-race or on race day to further ensure our participants have a fun, safe, and healthy experience. Tonight, we have 3 requests. First, please register for yourself and your family. Registration is easy at starsandstridesrun.com. For our elected leaders, please sign up under the Cal Water Elected Official and Executive 5K Challenge. Special thanks to Supervisor Chavez for already signing up. Second, please reach out to your own database of community members. We have sample texts you can consider using to make it easy. Third, we would be honored to work with your professional staff to be included in any online community communication between now and race day. Over the past 4 years, we have realized just how critical healthcare workers are to our communities. We now have an opportunity to gather and celebrate them on June 29th.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Rich Ruiz. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. Please.
Ladies and gentlemen of the board and those in attendance, I want to thank you for your time. My name is Richard Ruiz. I've been at County Communications for 19 years. In that time, we've had a host of issues that needed to be addressed. Most recently is the mental health aspect of working in public safety. We have to go from call to call to call, sometimes without a break in between. Having to coach a mother on how to do CPR on her 2-year-old that is dead, that Nothing can be done to save them, but we still have to give it every best try possible. We go from that to any call that you can imagine. Having been denied vacation time, being denied time off to be with our families is, you can't describe the feeling you get being away from your family and having to deal with those emergencies. Critical staffing is a big issue. It's a hot button item. And with a big project looming on the horizon, to increase the workload is something that's in the works. The dispatchers at County Communications are some absolute rock stars who have to deal with every emergency imaginable. We cordially invite all of the Board of Supervisors to please come in and sit with a dispatcher and ask some serious questions to get a real feel for what's going on inside that building. I thank you for your time. Folks at County Com that are tuning in, you all are some damn rock stars. We appreciate everything you're dealing with the blood and the negativity day in and day out, and yet we still come to work because we know that somebody out there is going to need our help. We'll have the answer. We'll know what to do. And I look forward to working with you all again. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is David Stites. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute.
President Ellenberg and honorable supervisors, you'll have to bear with me. I'm just getting over a cold. My name's David Stites, and I'm the vice president of the South County Airport Pilots Association. Did you know that over 1 million gallons of GAMI's 100 unleaded fuel is currently sitting unutilized in Baton Rouge? VTOL, GAMI's blender, has produced the fuel, but unfortunately none of the existing distribution networks want to assume the liability concerns associated with its distribution. Any entity wishing to distribute or make the fuel available has to arrange for private transportation. Since banning 100 low-lead fuel back in 2021, other local governments and municipalities have followed your example. This decision sparked a national conversation about leaded fuel in aviation. While the ban on 100 low-lead has cost me an enormous amount of time and extra money, as I now need to refuel outside the county before returning home, I look forward to the day when 100 unleaded becomes available. I'm now calling on the Board of Supervisors to take action by directing the Airports Department to arrange for the private transportation, either by truck or train, of this unleaded fuel from Baton Rouge to Santa Clara County. You've led once, now the time is to lead again. No more meaningless words, show us action. Pilots have heard that G100UL fuel is coming to the county for almost a year now, yet nothing has materialized. We need the only fleet-wide approved unleaded fuel today. Please assist us by directing the County Airports Department to obtain that fuel. You can make the difference.
Thank you. That concludes public comment.
Thank you very much. Item 7 is approval of the consent calendar, and I'll turn to the clerk for reading the current status of the consent calendar in addition to any other required announcements.
Items on the consent calendar may be subject to the Levine Act as indicated in the language on the published agenda. Any party or their agents must disclose on the record a contribution of more than $250 made to a board member as described on page 3 of the agenda. Participants who have a financial interest and their agents are requested to make a similar disclosure. We have a correction to item number 3. The item should read as follows. Invocation by Sonia Tetnowski of the Indian Health Center, Santa Clara Valley, Chavez. We have corrections to item numbers 4A and 4B. The items should read as follows. 4A, adjourn in honor and memory of Victor Garza, Chavez/Arenas. 4B, adjourn in honor and memory of Bernard Greenfield, Ellenberg. We have a request from Vice President Lee to add item number 16 to the consent calendar. Item number 16 is to adopt a resolution supporting the Protect Access to Healthcare Act of 2024, an initiative qualified for the statewide November 2024 general election ballot. We have a request from President Ellenberg to add item number 25 to the consent calendar. Item number 25 is to consider recommendations relating to strengthening families' parent education program. We have a request from President Ellenberg and Vice President Lee to add item numbers 26 and 27 to the consent calendar. Item number 26 is to approve agreement with Alum Rock Counseling Center relating to providing parent advocate support program services in an amount not to exceed $540,833 for a period July 1, 2024 through June 30, 2025 with 4 one-year extension options. Item number 27 is to approve agreement with Technical Resource Management LLC, DBA Cordant Health Solutions, relating to providing substance abuse testing services in an amount not to exceed $212,500 for a period July 1, 2024 through June 30, 2025 with 4 one-year extension options. We have a request from President Ellenberg to add item number 28 to the consent calendar. Item number 28 is to approve agreement with New Hope for Youth relating to providing gang intervention services in an amount not to exceed $525,847 for period July 1, 2024 through June 30, 2025 with 2 one-year extension options. We have a request from President Ellenberg and Vice President Lee to add item numbers 29, 30, and 31 to the consent calendar. Item number 29 is to approve agreement with Law Foundation of Silicon Valley relating to providing legal guardianship services and identity theft and credit repair services in an amount not to exceed $230,833 for period July 1, 2024 through June 30, 2025 with 4 one-year extension options. Item number 30 is to approve First Amendment to agreement with Anna Morante relating to providing parenting without violence courses, increasing the maximum contract amount by $214,410 to providing resilient family program now called Safe, Secured, and Loved program and evidence-based program evaluation, increasing the maximum contract amount by $558,000 and extending the agreement for a 24-month period through June 30, 2026. We have a request from President Ellenberg to add item number 32 to the consent calendar. Item number 32 is to approve Fourth Amendment to the Intergovernmental Memorandum of Understanding with First 5 Santa Clara County relating to providing the diaper kit program, increasing the maximum contract amount by $2,404,305 and extending the agreement for a 12-month period through June 30, 2025. We have a request from administration to hold item number 33 to August 27th, 2024. Item number 33 is to receive report relating to options for consideration regarding a county ordinance to prohibit new installation of artificial turf. We have a request from Supervisor Chavez to remove item number 70 from the consent calendar. Item number 70 is to approve delegation of authority to the county executive or designee to negotiate, execute, amend, or terminate agreements with multiple vendors relating to providing gender-based violence and domestic violence prevention and support intervention services in an aggregate amount not to exceed $11,490,292 per fiscal year, and contract terms that start no earlier than July 1, 2024 and end no later than June 30, 2025. We have a request from Supervisor Simidian to remove item number 90 from the consent calendar. Item number 90 is to receive a report relating to county tort lawsuit settlements for period January 1, 2024 through March 31, 2024. Executive Leadership Salary Ordinance NS-20.24 was approved on first reading on June 4, 2024. It will not be finally approved until it is approved for a second reading, which is agendized to occur at today's meeting under item 154. Per Government Code Section 54953, the following is an oral summary of the positions for which the proposed salary adjustments are required to be disclosed. NS-20.24 provides for a 5% general wage increase effective July 8, 2024 to the salary ranges for the following positions. The new salary ranges are set forth in the salary ordinance publicly posted to item number 154. Director, Department of Child Support Services, Director, Consumer and Environmental Protection, Deputy County Executive, County Librarian, Director of the Crime Laboratory, Director, Employee Services Agency, Labor Relations Director, Human Resources Director, Employee Benefits Director, Director, Facilities and Fleet, Director, Finance Agency, Controller Treasurer, Director, Department of Tax and Collections, County Clerk Recorder, CSCHS, Chief Executive Officer, Valley Health Plan, Chief Executive Officer, Director, Emergency Medical Services, Director, Behavioral Health Services, Public Health Officer, Director, Environmental Health Department, Chief Medical Examiner Coroner, Director of Parks and Recreation, Director, Department of Planning and Development, Director of Pretrial Services, Chief Probation Officer, Director of Procurement, Registrar of Voters, Director, Roads and Airports Department, Director, Social Services Agency, Director, Aging and Adult Services, Director, Family and Children Services, Director of Employment and Benefits Services, Director, Office of Supportive Housing, Chief Information Officer. NS-20.24 also establishes the biweekly salary range for Director, Custody Health Services as $11,511.07 to $14,771.10. Updates the biweekly salary range for the Chief Operating Officer as $14,630.09 to $18,766.75, and establishes biweekly flat salaries for the board appointees as follows: $8,171.11 for Clerk of the Board of Supervisors, $15,707.11 for County Council, $19,519.85 for County Executive, and $15,308.57 for Public Defender. And that concludes my announcements.
Good job. I'm going to go first to Supervisor Simitian for any additional changes, as well as a Levine Act announcement.
Thank you, Madam President. As you've just heard, we've been advised that certain items on the consent calendar today may be subject to the Levine Act, as indicated in the language in our published agenda. Specifically, that we have been advised that items, bear with me, 37, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 52, 53, 54, 60, 61, 62, 69, 70, 72, 73, 74, 75, 80, 81, 82, 84, 85, 86, 87, 89, 90, 93, 100, 102, 104, 105, 117, 118, 119, 120, 124, 129, and 130 on the consent calendar may be subject to the Levine Act. We've also been advised that pursuant to state law, any party or their agents must disclose on the record a contribution of more than $250 made to a board member, as described on page 3 of our agenda. So I want to ask at this time that if any party or agent has made such a contribution, that they disclose that contribution immediately so that I may promptly recuse myself. I would also like to ask that if any participant in these proceedings, as defined by the Levine Act, has made such a contribution, that they disclose that contribution immediately so that I may promptly recuse myself. And I would also ask that if any employee of the County Counsel's office or of the Clerk of the Board's office or any other member of county staff or any member of the public knows of any reason I should recuse myself under the Levine Act, that they please disclose that information immediately so that I may promptly recuse myself. Let me say thank you, and with that having been dispensed, let me go to the lengthy consent calendar agenda that we have as amended, and I would ask that I be recorded as an abstention on item 27. On item 53, colleagues, which deals with Short Doyle Mental Health Service Act contracts, I'm prepared to approve, but would ask if we could make that a 2-year delegation of authority rather than a 5-year delegation of authority. Any reason that poses a problem for county staff through the chair?
That's fine.
Thank you. I think enough said. On item 59, the Harvey Rose fiscal year 25 work plan, and I have mentioned this to the folks at Harvey Rose, the work plan last year was specifically directed by our board at my exhortation to include some random audits of budget inventory items. That apparently did not happen. Apparently it just was a failure to communicate between and among the various parties. And I would like to ask that this year's Harvey Rose fiscal year 25 work plan incorporate a similar direction and that we actually do it this year. So I'll ask that that be amended in if there's no objection.
Excellent idea.
Thank you. And then on item 90, as the clerk has indicated, I've asked that we pull that item and look forward to having some brief discussion there. Item 135, which is a real property purchase, I will abstain. And again, looking to the clerk, that is an abstention on item 135. Thank you, Madam President. A lot on today's agenda.
Thank you very much. Before I proceed with my colleagues, I'm going to turn to County Counsel, who has one additional correction to the agenda.
Thank you, President Ellenberg. I just wanted to note that there is a mistaken Levine Act marking on item 10 on the regular agenda. That should not be marked as Levine Act.
Thank you very much. Supervisor Lee?
Yes, thank you, President Ellenberg. I would like to actually also add item 12, a referral from Supervisor Chavez to the consent, if my colleagues agree, regarding a funding for approximately 12,000 affordable housing units in Clara County to help end homelessness onto the consent agenda. As we know, there's still a lot of uncertainty about this housing bond measure or whether AC1 will pass in November. We need to be proactive about building more housing units, should the voters do approve of it. And it's my understanding that the jurisdictions need to plan for the funds that they'll be receiving for projects in pipeline or future projects by early 25 if this does get approved. So I do think there's some wisdom in having a preemptive conversation with each of the board officers sooner rather than later. I want to thank Supervisor Chavez for her leadership in bringing this forward. I'm interested to continuing to monitor the progress of this work. For item number 77, I'll leave it on the consent and just want to make a brief comment of appreciation of our county's leadership and everybody who came through for this resolution, making the Lunar New Year an unpaid county holiday. It's very important to me and to thousands of county employees and hundreds of thousands of residents here that celebrates the Lunar New Year. So I'm glad that we're making this happen. And that's all I have. Thank you very much, President Ellenberg.
Thank you. Supervisor Arenas, do you have any changes?
Yes, thank you. I'd actually like to place item 32 on regular agenda, and because I have some questions on item 12, I know that Supervisor Lee, you just said for that to go on consent, but I have some questions. I'd like to have that remain on a regular agenda, please.
All right. Do we have public speakers on this item, on consent?
I see that Supervisor Chavez has her hand raised. Do you want to go to her
Thank
first?
you. Go ahead, Supervisor Chavez.
Thank you. Item 70 I had pulled from the consent calendar, and this is the gender-based violence and domestic violence prevention and intervention services. I'm comfortable leaving that on. I got my questions answered. And for items 25 through 32, I know that these are all going on consent. I would like to ask the staff for an off-agenda report just to better understand if any of these contracts are directly connected to the Children and Youth Services Master Plan for the City of San Jose. Thank you.
I have no cards in chambers, and I do not have any hands raised in Zoom.
Thank you. Why don't we have a motion, perhaps?
Actually, a question, Madam Chair.
Okay.
Where did we end up on item 32 through the chair? 32.
Item 32 is on the regular calendar,
Thank you very much.
and item 12 will remain on the regular calendar.
Move to approve the consent calendar as amended.
May I have a second? I'll second it. Supervisor Arenas, is your light on to vote or for additional comment?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear if item 32 is also going to remain, correct?
Yes,
Perfect.
32 remains on the regular calendar, 12 remains on the regular calendar.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Let's vote, please.
Supervisor Arenas?
Yes.
Supervisor Chavez?
Yes.
Supervisor Smidian?
Aye.
Vice President Lee?
Aye.
President Ellenberg?
Yes.
Motion carries with 5.
Thank you very much. The time has arrived for our first time search and public hearing, not to be earlier than 10 a.m. We are well beyond that. This is a public hearing on sewer service charges for the county tax roll for fiscal 2024-2025.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. Harry Freitas, Director of Roads and Airports. You had previously approved the charges for sanitation districts. This item before you today is to place the fees and charges on the tax roll.
Thank you very much. I'll open the public hearing. Do we have any speakers on this item?
We do not have any speakers on this item.
Then I will close the public hearing and turn to my colleagues for a motion and any further comments. Supervisor Lee.
Motion to move according to staff recommendation.
Can you speak into the mic, please?
Yes, motion to move to adopt resolution regarding the staff recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there a second? Second by Arenas. Any comments? And you'll let me know, Curtis, if and when Supervisor Chavez has a hand raised. Thank you. Let's vote on that item.
Supervisor Arenas,
Yes.
Supervisor Chavez,
Yes.
Supervisor Simidian,
Aye.
Vice President Lee.
Aye.
President Ellenberg.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you very much. Our next public hearing is on the medical examiner coroner fee schedule revision.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. Dr. Jordan, Chief Medical Examiner for the Medical Examiner Coroner's Office. I also have our Administrative Service Manager Level 3, Dr. Figuera, accompanying me, and John Mills.
Thank you very much. I'll begin with the public hearing. Do we have any speakers on this item?
We do not have any public speakers on this item.
Closing the public hearing, and I'll turn to my colleagues for a motion or discussion. Supervisor Lee.
Yes, motion to approve the recommendation as staff.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Is there a second? Second by Arenas. Thank you. Any comments or questions? If not, let's vote on this item, please.
Supervisor Arenas,
Yes.
Supervisor Chavez,
Yes.
Supervisor Simidian,
Abstain.
Vice President Lee,
Aye.
President Ellenberg.
Yes.
Motion carries with 4.
Thank you very much. Item 10 is our next public hearing, the purchase of real property from the city of San Jose.
Good morning, Key Lead, Deputy County Executive, being joined by colleagues from Facilities and Fleet. The 2 properties in question would significantly expand our behavioral health department's capabilities, provide temporary housing and residential treatment. The San Jose City Council would not entertain the purchase and sale agreement until August, and we would not probably take possession of the properties until end of October, giving us sufficient time for community engagement. With that, answer any questions.
Thank you very much. I will look to the public first, opening the hearing.
We have no public comment for item number 10.
All right, closing the public hearing. Supervisor Lee?
Yeah, first I would like to make a motion to approve the purchase of these 2 properties from City of San Jose for transitional housing and crisis residential programming. And after a second, I'll make a couple of comments.
I'll second that. Go ahead, please.
Yes, first of all, I just wanted to thank our staff, Key, your leadership, along with working with the City of San Jose to come up with this very important proposal. We're really excited that this is something when the county and cities are truly putting our heads working together to deal with our most difficult problem in our community regarding transitional housing and how we could make sure that these unhoused shelters are able to be used, including in this case homeless veterans. So I just and whatnot. So I just want to say thank you for the hard work. This is a type of partnership I want to see more in the future potentially. But thanks for the hard work to make this come to fruition for the vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any further questions or comments? All right, let's vote on this item, please.
Supervisor Arenas,
I'm sorry, President Ellenberg, this is item 10, correct?
This is item
Yes,
10.
Yes, I apologize, I didn't raise, didn't
please,
press
go
my
ahead
button
then.
here.
Go right
I do
ahead.
have just a couple of questions, if I may. So I wanted to also just thank the administration and staff for being so creative and having these kinds of partnerships across our municipalities are really important. We have to make sure that we're leveraging each other's resources, and this is a definite sign of that effort. So I congratulate you for that. And in doing this, there is also a slight change in terms of who is going to be housed at this location, correct, Key?
That's correct.
Okay. And so what my question is around the outreach plan and how are we making our neighbors aware? Is that part of what the city is going to do in their on their end, and when they're going to approve this and they're on the dais, who's telling the neighbors is what it comes down to.
Yeah, thank you, Supervisor Arenas, for the question. Our staff are working with city staff on a tentative community engagement plan. We will finalize that with input from your office and Supervisor Chavez's office, as well as your colleagues on the city council. And then we'll work together, the city staff and the county staff, to engage the communities for those two properties over the summer.
Okay, and would this be happening, this engagement plan, would this be before the purchase or after they approve the purchase?
We intend to have it happen before the city council hears it in August.
Great. I really appreciate that, because I know that what we're doing is having more of the jail diversion program participants be part of this housing project. And so that changes slightly what I think the city of San Jose has shared with the community in terms of who is going to be living in their backyard. And I want to make sure that everybody knows, eyes wide open. I'm not trying to make this more than what it is, but I do want folks to be aware, because I don't want them to say that it was, a sleight of hand in terms of what the city and the county did because of this purchase.
Absolutely, we'll make it clear the changes, the reasons for the changes, the benefits, and the various services and supports we'll have in place at each site.
I appreciate that. Thank you. Those are my questions.
Excellent, thank you. Let's vote, please.
Supervisor Arenas?
Yes.
Supervisor Chavez?
Yes.
Supervisor Simidian?
Aye.
Vice President Lee?
Aye.
President Ellenberg?
Yes.
Motion carries with 5.
Thank you very much. Item 11 is a public hearing, which is an appeal of the Vupala residents' decision by the Planning Commission and requires a Levine Act announcement.
Item number 11 is subject to the Levine Act. Any party or their agents must disclose on the record a contribution of more than $250 made to a board member as described on page 3 of the agenda. Participants who have a financial interest and their agents are requested to make a similar disclosure.
Before we
Supervisor
begin.
Simidian?
Thank you. Madam President and colleagues, we've been advised that item 11 on today's agenda may be subject to the Levine Act, as indicated in the language on our published agenda. We've also been advised that pursuant to state law, any party or their agents must disclose on the record a contribution of more than $250 made to a board member, as described on page 3 of our agenda. So I want to ask at this time that if any party or agent has made such a contribution, that they disclose that contribution immediately so that I may promptly recuse myself. I would also ask that if any participant in these proceedings, as defined by the Levine Act, has made such a contribution, that they disclose that contribution immediately so that I might promptly recuse myself. And I would also like to ask that if any employee of the county counsel's office or the clerk of the board's office or any other member of the county staff or any member of the public knows of any reason I should recuse myself under the Levine Act, that they please disclose that information immediately so that I might promptly recuse myself. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'm going to provide a preview now to my colleagues and the public so everyone knows how we are going to proceed through this item. We'll first hear a short presentation from the Department of Planning and Development. Second, the board will have an opportunity to ask clarifying questions of the department regarding the presentation. Only clarifying questions, please. Third, we'll open the public hearing. During the public hearing, we'll hear first from the appellants, who will have 7 minutes, then from the applicants, who will also have 7 minutes. We'll then go to public comment regarding the item. We'll then give the appellants 3 additional minutes to respond to applicant and public comment. And finally, the applicant will have 3 minutes to respond to the appellant. We will then close the hearing, and at that time, open the floor to the board for discussion and motion. So let me turn first to staff to make a brief presentation.
Good morning, President Ellenberg. One moment while I share my screen. Perfect. Thank you. Start over. Good morning, President Ellenberg and members of the Board of Supervisors. I am Principal Planner Samuel Gutierrez, and in this presentation before you, I'll provide an overview of the project that was approved by the Planning Commission and appealed. It would also provide statements in response to the appeal and provide a recommended action to the board. I would also like to note that here with me today is Deputy Director Lisa Mikhail, also Senior Deputy Fire Marshal Matt McKenna, and also Deputy County Counsel Christina Stella. Beginning with the project details, the project site is located on the west side of Glen Una between Sunset Drive and Peach Hill Road within the urban service area of the city of Saratoga. The zoning of the project site is urban hillside residential within the Design Review Combining District. The project site is also located within the State Responsibility Area, SRA, where CAL FIRE is the primary responder to fires and responsible for fire safety. The project site is 0.76 acres and has an average slope of 6%. The proposed project includes the demolition of an existing two-story single-family residence and detached garage for the construction of a new two-story single-family residence with an attached garage and a detached ADU, shown here on this slide. The proposed project conforms with the findings and development standards to issue the concurrent land use approvals for building site approval, design review tier 3 approval, and grading approval, as noted within attachment E of the staff report for this item before you. The fire access road for the project site is taken from Hume Drive and Pepper Lane, leading to a section of Glen Una Drive along the frontage of the project site, shown here in this slide. These streets are all at least 20 feet in width and consistent with the Fire Safe Regulations Section 1273.01 and 1273.08. The fire access road would be complemented by the construction of a new turnaround at the intersection of the private ingress-egress access road and Glen Una Drive, adhering to the Fire Regulations Section 1273.05, where the project will be providing clear and unobstructed area for a fire truck turnaround. To create the turnaround for the fire truck, commonly referred to as a hammerhead, the project proposes to widen a portion of the ingress-egress access road along the project's northern property line to 20 feet for the first 50 feet of the road from the center of Glen Una Drive, shown here on this slide within the orange hashed area. Beyond this initial segment, the ingress-egress access road is not identified as a fire access road for the subject property. Per state regulations, a fire apparatus access road is a road that provides fire apparatus access from a fire station to a facility, building, or portion thereof. Pursuant to this definition, the measurements for fire access roads are specific to the property in question, where the fire access is needed to provide emergency services to the proposed structures and buildings, and not the entire block beyond the subject property. As access roads must allow adequate access to the proposed buildings and provide room for setting up and performing manual suppression operations. In this case, fire trucks would use Glen Una Drive for access to the property and utilize the proposed turnaround at the intersection of Glen Una Drive and the private ingress-egress access road along the northern property line. The dashed lines on this slide depict the fire truck's hose access to the proposed buildings on the project site and were a part of the fire analysis for the project. Additionally, staff would like to note that on the southern eastern side, there is a hydrant that fire trucks would utilize, and that is approximately in this general location here where my cursor is hovering over. CAL FIRE has reviewed the final project plans and provided their approval of the project. As such, CAL FIRE did not find the project to be required to include improvements to the remaining portion of the private ingress-egress access road along the northern property line. The project was also reviewed by County Fire Marshal's Office, and the project was approved as conditioned meets the county fire ordinance and fire access standards within the unincorporated areas of the county. The appellants have raised a few areas of concern as points of their appeal, and staff will now discuss these points and provide brief responses. Regarding the first point of the appeal, the appellants raised concerns that the county has ignored state-mandated safety regulations regarding road width and access. As noted in the staff report and in this presentation, the subject property is located within the State Responsibility Area, SRA, where the CAL FIRE is the primary responder to fires and responsible for fire safety. CAL FIRE reviewed and approved the final submitted plan set for the project. Following CAL FIRE's approval, the county has conditioned the project to ensure that the remaining portion of the proposed access road along the northern property meets the county requirements. The next point of the appeal involves the width of the private ingress-egress access road along the northern boundary of the project site, where the appellants take the position that the width of the private ingress-egress access road is substandard and does not conform with the Fire Safe Regulations Section 127301 and is not applicable and is not acceptable to provide fire access and evacuation from the appellant's property. As previously stated, CAL FIRE has reviewed the project and approved the final submitted plan sets, and they found the project meets the state fire safe regulations regarding the fire access road for the subject project and property site. There is no requirement for this application to provide private easement enhancements to the appellant's site. Another point raised by the appellants relates to parking prohibition along the unnamed private ingress-egress road. The appellants request that the county post signage along the private road. In response, staff would like to note that condition of approval number 55 requires that the fire department access roads, driveways, turnouts, and turnarounds shall be maintained free and clear and accessible at all times for fire department use. This condition ensures that during construction, the project has vehicles associated with the project are not to park along the private ingress-egress access road, thereby maintaining access for fire services. It should also be further noted that the county does not possess the authority or ability to enforce parking prohibitions on a private road after the final inspection is completed for the project. Therefore, any parking-related issues that arise after the completion of the project would need to be addressed by the easement holders. The appellant also raises concern that staff has not analyzed the project under CEQA for wildfire impacts. Staff would like to note that the project has been reviewed in accordance with the California Environmental Quality Act, CEQA, and has found it to qualify for a Class 3 categorical exemption for the construction of a new single-family residence along with associated improvements. As such, an initial study and further analysis under CEQA is not required for the project. As discussed in this presentation, the proposed project conforms with the findings and requirements of the county to issue the requested land use entitlements of building site approval, design review tier 3, and grading approval. Through the appeal, the appellants have asked the board to impose conditions that are more restrictive than CAL FIRE and county ordinance codes requires for the project. Therefore, staff recommends that the board deny the appeal and approve the building site approval, design review tier 3 approval, grading approval, subject to conditions of approval. And this concludes staff's presentation. Again, I would like to note with me today is Deputy Director Lisa Mikhail, Senior Deputy Fire Marshal Matt McKenna, and Deputy County Counsel Christina Stella, and we are available for questions.
Thank you for the report. If the board has any clarifying questions, now is the time to ask those of staff. A cautionary note that the time for making a motion will come after the public hearing. So I'm recommending to all of us to be sure not to make any statements until after the public hearing regarding your leanings or intentions on the item. Seeing no lights on, You confirm Supervisor Chavez doesn't have a raised hand?
Supervisor Chavez does not have her hand raised.
Okay, thank you. We will now hear from the appellants, Alan and Meg Giberson, who will be given the opportunity to present their appeal, and I will ask the clerk to set the time for 7 minutes, beginning when they begin speaking.
Good morning, Supervisors. Thank you for this opportunity to hear our appeal. We appreciate it, and having 7 minutes is better than our normal 2 minutes. Old-fashioned, we've given out a hard copy of the parcel map, and maybe I can orient you and show you why I have our concerns. Across the top is Glenuna, and it has been demonstrated, yes, you can get from the fire station to Glenuna without significant problem. The right-of-way is the yellow vertical line, and which is just 20 feet wide. And we are number 5 on the bottom left, okay? That is our property. The property under review is number 7, the .76 acre site there, 15581. Our history dates back, and this is why the parcel map is good, to the property across number 87. Okay, 10 years ago, this property was developed, and the conditions which are listed, okay, say that they should deed 10 more feet of right-of-way. So the right-of-way would go from 20 to 30 feet on that side. Unfortunately, this was not done, and as you saw, there was that large fence that's been built in that area. So that right-of-way has now been severely restricted. In addition, 5 years ago, property number 6, which is on the bottom right, 15567, was sold and has been developed. The developer immediately tore down 20 trees, tore the house apart, and graded the slope. This was all unpermitted. We lodged complaints. The county came out and said, yes, we red tagged that, and a remediation process has been begun for that property. Unfortunately, we don't have the records now. The records apparently being closed, and so we're not sure what's going on in the property. It was theoretically the house would be remodeled, a new 6-car garage and an ADU with a garage would be put there. But we're not sure whether the 10-foot setback beyond the 10 that's there, in other words, 20 feet for them, has been required or not. And we certainly would hope that that would transpire. Having seen this piecemeal development over the last 10 years, that raises our concern. We are in a very high fire danger area. We have fires breaking out now, evacuations going on, and the current road or right-of-way is not adequate for that. If you look through the pictures we've included in, I think, 181 to 186, there are the trucks parked there, okay? You have the gardeners, you have the housekeepers, you have the Uber drivers, you have the Amazon people, you have the trucks delivering supplies. All that blocks that, and you cannot get a fire truck, or I'm really concerned about an ambulance to our home. It would seem that it was reasonable with this piecemeal development to go ahead and make this a fire-compliant access road, which it should be and is. I'll turn it over to Meg.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the board. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you. Yesterday, we submitted 13 pages electronically. Today, we submitted 2 here by hand delivery, which look like this. Our lives and health are on the line, so it's obviously a very important issue for us. I would point out that 2 properties are developing on the unnamed road, and both of them are subject to the Title 14 CCRs, and that would take the access road, the state access road, all the way to the end of this long yellow line on the parcel maps that we submitted. We believe that planning staff has misrepresented the applicable controlling state law and misstated relevant facts. We believe the controlling state law is clear, The unnamed access road is a fire apparatus road that needs a 20-foot width, not including shoulders. Planning staff appears to have substituted local codes and county preferences instead. And this is on page 2 of what we gave you today. So if you want to follow along, that's where we are. The planning staff relies on a county-created doctrine that demands dedication for an aspirational 40-foot right-of-way before meeting the 20-foot physical requirements of state law. Staff has failed to analyze and inclusion of the project and the unnamed fire road in CAL FIRE's very high fire hazard safety zone. This project, therefore, impacts us heavily because any obstruction on that road obstructs our access. We're at the end of that road here, as my husband said, on parcel 5. The fact that we believe staff has piecemealed CEQA and the CCR Title 14 consideration of developing projects on the unnamed fire access road has affected the whole analysis of these projects. The county staff members have alleged an undue burden if requirements of state law were met now. But the state law does not require the county preferred 40-foot width. It only requires 20 feet, not including shoulders. The developed and developing properties are already subject to a 20-foot right-of-way easement. That easement plus shoulders on each side would meet state requirements, and that's all we're asking for safety, please. The multi-million-dollar developments that are currently ongoing will not be significantly burdened by ensuring 20-foot plus shoulders. That, I think that speaks for itself. The unnamed access road, as my husband pointed out, is regularly subject to obstructions from parked vehicles and large objects. The county's conditions have not solved the problem. County alleges an inability to require an unobstructed road until the 40-foot right-of-way designations. The county alleges an inability to provide signage on the unnamed road, but county did require a stop sign be painted at the junction of the unnamed road and Glen Una when project at 15555 Glen Una developed in 2013. It is the local jurisdiction's duty. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
We will answer any questions that you might have. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now hear from the property owners, Linga M. Vupala and Kalyani Jaladi, with apologies if I mispronounced, and applicant Tom Sloan, who will also be given 7 minutes opportunity to comment, and I'll ask the clerk to start the clock when they begin speaking.
Good morning, Supervisors. My name is Tom Sloan.
Good morning, Supervisors. My name is Kalyani Jaladi, the owner of the property as well.
First of all, I'd like to thank staff for doing a great job. Sam presented everything I wanted to say, and so I want to commend staff on a great job of making a presentation. We've been working with staff and our civil team to develop this project for a new residence for quite over a year, and safety is always something that as an architect we're charged to provide for our clients and for the surrounding community. I simply just want to say we've followed all the recommendations, working very closely with staff to develop the plans that are before you today. We are modifying the roadway, the private roadway, slightly to widen it to make the hammerhead work, and the hammerhead will provide our project, our site, with everything that it needs to provide safety. So I'd like to just simply say that we intend to monitor very closely daily that there's absolutely no parking of any kind on the private road. We plan to have construction staff parking on site or coming in from off site, and that's a condition of approval that we could absolutely meet. So I would just like to be available for comments or questions, excuse me, if you have any. Okay.
Yeah, this is Kalyani Jaladi again. I would like to thank our appellants for raising their concerns. We understand the concerns, but unfortunately, we cannot control the traffic over there. If an Amazon truck is over there, how can I say you cannot come on the street? You know, it's none of our business to fight with utility companies such as PG&E or Amazon or any other service company who is trying to help the neighborhood by delivering those packages. I understand there were pictures taken regarding some events being happening at the, at the neighbor's place, but it's a moment of time where it's about 30 minutes or a 1 hour parking. It's not like they've parked it for hours and hours or 24 hours over there. So I think they need to be understanding enough that, all of them have events, and there are times that vehicles are parked, and if they just post a request to please take the vehicle off, and the neighbors are very well understanding to move those vehicles, if it's obstructing the road by any chance. This has been a concern for all the neighbors because they have raised concerns on every development on the street, and I would leave it at that, and hopefully you would review our project. I thank the county staff for supporting us, and we have followed every requirement and restrictions that they have mentioned to us, and I hope we can get to a resolution today. Thank you again for your time.
Thank you. We'll now take public comment regarding this item, so I'm going to formally open the public hearing. Do we have speakers in person or on Zoom?
We have 5 speakers on Zoom, it looks like.
All right, let me just announce again for folks that are on Zoom, the speaking queue will close when the first speaker begins speaking. So if you are intending to speak on this item, now is the time to raise your virtual hand. Are we holding at 5?
We are holding at 5.
All right, then let's hear our 5 speakers at 2 minutes each, please.
Our first speaker is Shailu Satish. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute.
Yeah, hi. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. My name is Shailu Satish. I'm a resident and owner of the property 15690 Glen Una Drive. I support the project, and I'm excited that this is going to be approved. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Vasu Ganti. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute.
Thank you, Supervisors. And yes, I live across the street from this property. I believe it will add value and diversity to this great neighborhood. I fully support this project. Once again, Vasu, thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Ram Jayam. Please accept the unmute.
Thank you, Board of Supervisors. We live a block away, and we have gone through a similar cycle when we built our house 10 years ago, but we belong to the Saratoga community. We have seen the plans. We love the plans. I think they have made all the recommendations that are required to meet the county guidelines. They've been waiting on this project for a long time. It will improve the economy to bring in more business and more taxes. So I hope county understands that we recommend this project to be approved. We appreciate all the support and questions that are raised, and we appreciate supervisors' staff building the PowerPoint. It's been awesome. We recommend this to be approved. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is the Anils. Please accept the unmute.
Got it. Hello, Supervisor. My name is Anil Anadata. I live on 15387 Hume Drive, just a couple of doors from this property. We really are very excited about this property, and we request the county to approve. It brings a lot of value to the neighborhood, and we completely support this project.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Kaushik Narayan. Please accept the unmute.
Hi, thanks supervisors for letting me speak. My name is Kaushik Narayan. Live on owner of property on 19880 Robin Way. We are about a block away from this property. We really support the property. We've looked at the project myself, and I do believe that it'll add a lot to the neighborhood overall, and we hope you approve it, and this will create a lot of value in the neighborhood. Thanks a lot. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes public comment.
Thank you very much. I will now proceed to 3 minutes for the appellants to respond to the applicants and to public comment, if they desire to do so. Thank you. We'll begin the clock when you start speaking.
Okay, thank you. Meg Giverson, I forgot to introduce myself before. I would point out that we too have supported Yanni's house and project. We didn't ask for any changes to the house. All we have asked is that there be safe access along this road, which is so important for fire safety. As an example, it's not just our safety. Several years ago, we were called by a neighbor who needed to be taken to the hospital. I was the only one home who could drive, jumped into the car, ran to the house, got the neighbor in the car. On the way to the hospital, he stopped breathing. Fortunately, I was right near Quito Fire Station, took him in, he got oxygen, he's still alive today. He would not probably be alive if we hadn't been able to do that quick action. Neighbors don't always know to call whatever emergency services. They call neighbors like us. We've been there a long time. And it's important for the health and safety of us and for our neighbors and our family. And the remedy we're asking is only that the 20-foot access road they're already required to do, plus 3-foot shoulders on each side. How difficult is it for a multi-billion-dollar development that's already grading, has the bulldozers on site, to do an extra 3 feet? It should be really simple. It seems easy to me. Supervisor Samidian said once that government exists to solve problems, and thank you, Senator, Mr. Supervisor. We hope that that will occur pursuant to today's meeting. We have no other remedies here at this meeting, but to plead for the 20-foot with 3-foot shoulders on each side. That is very simple. It's easily done. It's not a burden, either financially or in any other fashion. So we would really appreciate that finding by the supervisors today, that they observe that state California Code of Regulations, Title 14, fire safe regulation requirement, that the access road for the properties be 20 feet wide. And the fact that we have that developing property, second developing property on Glenuta right next to us at 15567 means that that access road should extend all the way to that property, to 15567. They're developing an ADU and a separate garage. An ADU is not exempt from safety regulations. It may be exempt from normal setbacks, site setbacks and that sort of thing, but you're not going to put, for instance, an ADU in the middle of a road just because somebody says, well, we're not subject to any setbacks. Please, thank you very much. We're available for any questions.
We'll now provide 3 minutes for the applicants to respond to the appellate and public comment.
This is Kalyani Jaladi again. Thank you so much for, I just want to bring to your notice, I understand 15581, that's our project, that's, we are requesting for approval. I understand 15567 need not comply to that 20 feet plus 3 feet. My only question is, if life is a concern, and if they are concerned, if the appellants are really concerned about their life and they would like to extend that street, why don't they give their portion of 20 feet? Because I know they are not constructing, but if they are so concerned about their life, I think they should give their 20 feet plus develop the 3 feet shoulder on their end of the property as well. And then it's an even for all of us. That's my request to the supervisors to see if they are okay with that option. Thank you.
I'm now going to close the public hearing. And now that we've finished the public hearing, I'll turn to board members for discussion. And before actually doing that, I will reiterate just a couple of points. Number one, the standard of review is de novo. The board reviews the appeal and the merits of the application without any kind of deference to the decision of the Planning Commission. Second, the appellate's concerns are specifically related to the project's impacts to fire access along the private road from which their home takes access. Third, CAL FIRE and the County Fire Marshal's Office have determined that the project meets state and county fire safety requirements. Next, staff from the Department of Planning and Development, Fire Marshal's Office, Roads and Airports, and County Council are here to ask any questions from the board. I'd like to begin with a preliminary motion and then a discussion. Supervisor Simidian.
I'd like to withhold any preliminary motion until I get some questions and answers.
We can do that. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you. Colleagues, as I expect you all observed, the subject properties in my district, so I want to just bear down even a little bit more than I might typically, and ask a few questions. Let me pull this a little closer for the clerk. Let me start by confirming with the principal planner. It's Mr. Gutierrez, yes? Mr. Gutierrez, the item, the application, not the appeal, but the application was approved 7-0 at the Planning Commission?
Yes, that is correct.
And the application, not the appeal, has the support of planning staff, yes?
Correct.
And can you flash up pages 8 and 9 again on our screen with help from the clerk if need be? Because if I remember my page numbers correctly, these are the pages where staff reiterated some of the concerns expressed by the appellants and responded to those. Can we see page 8 again, please?
It's ready. Oh, apologies, one moment.
So these are, as I understand it, two of the statements of the appeal. Yes, Mr. Gutierrez?
That is correct.
And these are the staff responses, yes?
Yes.
And I'm going to ask County Counsel, Mr. Lopresti and Ms. Stella, to take a look at these carefully. Let's go on to page 9, if we could, through the chair. Next page. These are two more statements from the appeal. Is that correct?
Correct.
And these are the staff responses again, indicating that in staff's view, the issues that have been raised are not sustainable. Is that correct, Mr. Gutierrez?
Correct. Those are summarized points.
All right. And let me ask Mr. Lopresti and Ms. Stella, and I don't know who's responsible for what. Does our legal counsel support these determinations by our planning staff?
Hi, Deputy County Counsel Christina Stella. Yes, we have reviewed them and we do support them, and they are more thoroughly addressed in the staff report that accompanies this item.
Thank you. And let me just ask planning staff and or fire staff, it's my understanding that the project located at the corner of Glenuna County maintained road and this private ingress and egress easement that provides access to the four properties in your judgment, has adequate fire access for fire response to the subject property site. Is that correct, and is that the judgment of both CAL FIRE and County Fire?
Yeah, this is Senior Deputy Fire Marshal Matt McKenna, and that is correct. We have reviewed the subject parcel for access, and it is in compliance with the state and county regulations.
Okay, and following up, have County Fire and CAL FIRE, have your subject matter experts accepted the fire access design on the plans presented to the board in the appeal?
Yes, sir.
And then going back to County Council, one of the challenges on these kinds of debates, if you will, is what we can do, what we can't do, what we may do. So let me just ask directly, can the board require this particular project applicant to improve the entire length of the private ingress and egress easement for the benefit of the 4 property owners?
No, the county cannot. So as the plans show, the fire and emergency response or access road to the proposed project is from Glen Una Drive. It's not from the private unimproved road, and so there would be no basis for the county to require this applicant to improve the entire private road to improve fire or emergency response.
So that's a legal determination, yes?
Correct.
All right, going back to planning staff then, what are the parking requirements for the subject application?
Principal Planner Sammy Gutierrez, the project is providing zoning the code-required off-street parking. That would be 2 spaces for the single-family residence that's being proposed and another space for the ADU. Currently, the project is proposing 3 covered spaces within a 3-car garage and also has supplemental parking along the driveways of the project.
I'm going to come back to that, but thank you. And so back to planning staff or county council, as a legal matter, can the board require either on-street or off-site parking for the application for a single-family residence in this case?
Principal Planner Sammy Gutierrez, the county zoning ordinance does not require for off-site parking for a single-family residential development, so we do not believe that is within the county's scope or abilities.
Okay. Thank you. I got the legal framework, I think, pretty clear, and I want to be clear, and for folks who are new to this process and who haven't worked with me or my office previously, I wanted to know where the Planning Commission was and where the planning staff was and where the County Council's office is at the outset of my questions, but as the chair's remarks suggest, it doesn't mean I'm not prepared to exercise independent judgment. Quite the opposite. I'm always prepared to exercise independent judgment, and this is no exception. Let me just ask a question here. Put aside all the legalities for a minute. Put aside all the code requirements. Put aside the have-dos, can't-dos. How wide is the road right now, the private road, roughly?
Principal Planner Sammy Gutierrez, it's roughly paved 18 feet.
Okay. If we were reviewing as a county a wholly new application with a blank piece of paper and no lots whatsoever, what would you be looking for in the way of a fire-safe access road? How wide?
If the project involved a subdivision, we would be looking at the entirety of all of the access roads, but this project is not that, so it would be limited to the access directly to the project site.
All right. I'm asking you to get outside that, that legal framework, that planning framework, and you know, let me just be a little plain spoken here. We've got property owners all over the hills who are wondering what the state and county have done to their property rights, in their view, in the name of fire safety. They come to me at sidewalk office hours. I talk to them pretty regularly. People are understandably concerned about fire safety. So I'm trying to kind of understanding the limitations of our state and local statutes, ordinances, regulations, saying if it was a brand new subdivision, I know it's not, if it was laid out like this with these various lots, what would you be looking at for a street width to be fire safe?
That would be the county standard of 20 feet paved.
Okay. So fair enough. There's been, to me, a surprising amount of back and forth about who can put a sign up. And I'm like, really? It's the 21st century and this is the great and weighty challenge of our times. Who can put a sign up that says, don't park here? Let's start there.
Principal Planner, Summer Gutierrez, that would be the private easement holders.
Okay. Let me look to the County Counsel's office. That consistent with your understanding? Ms. Della, he's throwing it back to you.
Are you talking about a sign along the private road or Glen Una Drive?
Yeah, I'm talking about the private road, which is the access point for 3 or 4 of the 4 parcels, as I understand it. The concern has been expressed by the appellant that the road is already, I'll call it narrow, in the appellant's characterization, and that not only is the road narrow in the appellant's characterization, but that people park there. So that raises the question of whether or not anybody can put up a no parking sign. And I gather that it is the position of staff that the county is not in a position to either post or compel the posting of no parking signs along a private road. Is that the position of staff and county council? Yes?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. So who could put up a no parking sign if we were concerned about making sure that there was access there that would enhance fire safety?
The easement holders, who in this case are the property owners along the private drive.
Okay. And forgive me if it was in the materials and I missed it, but there are 4 easement holders here?
I believe so.
That is correct.
Okay. And what's the mechanism in their easement, given the shared easement? This is taking me back to first-year property law class. Given the shared easement, what's the mechanism for 1, 2, 3, or 4 of them to say, let's put some signs up?
I'm not sure that I can speak to the legal mechanism that they would use. I would also have to go back to property law. But essentially it boils down to it being a private matter between these property owners, really outside of the county's purview. So I'm not exactly sure what mechanism it would take, but it would be up to the easement holders to agree on that action.
And presumably incur the cost of putting the signs up.
Correct.
And then what's the enforcement mechanism on a private road if there's a no parking sign up and people want to enforce that no parking?
Well, it's outside of the county's authority to enforce. I'm not sure what their private mechanism of enforcement would be.
I'm sure nobody on our board has ever parked where it says do not park here on private property, but my recollection is that the signs say if you do, you'll get towed, and that's pursuant to some set of policies and procedures that are provided for by the state, yeah?
Presumably the property owners could arrange for something like that,
Okay.
yes.
And I may need to, with the consent of the chair, go to the appellant or the property owners, but if there were, I'm looking at the maps and I'm looking at the pictures, and one of the challenges, frankly, is we get so much information, it's hard to cut to the chase here. But if people don't park in front of these houses, how do they access the houses? I mean, if there's a service delivery truck that needs to get to what on this sheet is Lot 5, Lot 6, or Lot 87, and I looked at the pictures that begin on, I think it was packet page 181 and subsequent pages, I mean, it kind of looks to me like there's nowhere else for the service truck to go. Help me out. Where, I mean,
Lisa Mikhail, Deputy Director. Forgive me, Supervisor. Is that a question for staff or for the appellant? In terms
that's, well, right now it's a question for staff, and because yes, we have our rules, yes, we have our regulations, yes, we have our limitations. We're going to do what the law requires. Having said that, you know, not unreasonable for people to walk up and say, look, we got a relatively narrowish road. We're worried about fire. We're trying to figure out, is there a way to make our place more fire safe than it otherwise might be? Understand what staff and council are saying about the limitations of our authority. Got it. Accept it. Respect it. But I'm trying to figure out, is there even a modest incremental improvement? And one of the things I'm running up against is I don't know where on earth those trucks are going to park themselves, even if there were signs up that said no parking.
certainly through the president, Lisa Mikhail, dependent on how the easement is drafted, this is a access easement for not just the, I believe it's also a public access easement, ingress, egress. So delivery trucks could utilize that easement if they determined that they wanted to supply restricted parking. They would have to go through the legal realms to do that. I'm sorry if I'm not answering your question directly.
No, you know, I know I'm throwing you for a little bit of a loop here because I'm coloring outside the lines, and I'm doing it in real time. I get that. If you can find your way to packet page 182, staff and colleagues, or packet page 183, or packet page 184, 85. These are all pictures that I think the appellant or staff took, somebody did.
I believe the appellant did.
Okay. And showing service trucks, vehicles that are taking up a pretty big chunk of the road. So if you start with a road that's narrowish and it gets narrower by virtue of these trucks, let me ask now the folks from fire, if you had to get in there, how would you get in there?
Well, looking at these pictures in the packet, we'd have to drive up on what looks to be a dirt area in front of what parcel 5 and 6 on that map that was passed out, and drive past the vehicles. Sorry, Senior Deputy Fire Marshal Matt McKenna.
Thank you.
Through the president, Lisa Mikhail, if I may just supplement, the easement holders could certainly come together. They could dedicate the respective portions of their parcel to expand that easement way, and together they could improve the paved area as well. What's difficult is for county staff to impose upon this particular application that requirement to improve the remainder of this ingress-egress easement. But they could come together and do this collectively.
And I don't mean to be at all flip on a very important matter, but I've been getting the impression that it's harder than we might hope for 4 property owners to come together around the conditions on their easement. Fair enough. That's the nature of the challenge. Let me ask Senior Deputy Fire Marshal Matt McKenna, what do we call you? Do we call you Mr. McKenna? Is that okay?
You can call me whatever you'd like, sir.
Okay. Hey, you. Would it be helpful if there was no parking on one side of the road?
The less vehicles in that road, the better. Just to note, for the applicant, we would be taking access off of Glenuna. It would be unlikely that we would be utilizing the unnamed access road for this project that we're talking about. So looking at the map that's up there, both the applicant and what's marked as number 87 take access from Glenuna. It's only the back two parcels that actually take access off the unnamed access road.
Would you say that last part again? It's only the back two units that what?
So the ones that are shaded up on the screen
Uh-huh.
right now for the appellant and the one to the south, those are the only two parcels that take access off the unnamed access road. The
Yeah.
applicant and for fire.
I understand. If that is correct, and I'm not trying to play word games here with you, but there are only 4 parcels. So if, quote, only those 2 were serviced from the access road, that would be 50% of the 4 parcels, yes?
Yes, sir.
And if you're the owner or occupant of either of those 2 parcels, it's 100% of what you care about. That's not a question, that's me opining, okay?
Yes, sir.
So let's say there was a fire coming down through the wooded area that on the screen is to the left,
Yes, sir.
or that started in the homes, either appellant or the one that is below it, or that started in the homes, or the properties that are accessed off Glenuna, but that spread to the back. That could happen, yeah? You would need then to use the access road to get to those, I'm going to call them back 2 parcels, yeah?
That's correct, sir.
Thank you. Planners. Never mind legal, no disrespect. What if there was a condition of approval that said that one side of the road, that one side of the road could be a no parking side, so that we at least knew that there was some additional room for a truck to get in and out, or trucks on, with parking on one side?
Through the President, Lisa Mikhail, Deputy Director, there would not be an issue that planning would take from a planning perspective if there was a restriction. I'm not sure about the ability to impose a condition of such on this application. So I have to defer to County Council on that.
Looking to County Council then, what if there was a condition that said that the applicant has to post signage saying no parking on this side of the street if the easement holders could come to terms about such a provision and which side of the street that was?
That would be okay.
I'll look to Mr., not to go to a higher court, but literally to look to our county council.
A mere sign would be appropriate to meet the proportionality and nexus requirements.
All right. Then, with all of that, what about this and what about that? Is there anything else that staff or fire or council would like to ask? Because then I am prepared to offer a motion.
At this time, no, through the President.
Okay. Well, I think you can see where I'm going here, which is I want to make sure I have the right language from our, forgive me as I say we have so many documents today. Bear with me, Madam President. I believe that pursuant to 11A, Madam President has opened the public hearing, received testimony, and closed public hearing.
Correct.
And that means we are now at 11B. Is that your understanding?
Correct.
Parties? Okay. And the recommended action there provides us with 2 options. One option, I, is to declare the intent to deny the appeal or the intent to grant the appeal. And what I would like to do is move the recommended action I, which is to deny the appeal, given the limitations of our authority as we have already discussed and the facts in this matter that have been entered into the record, but to add one additional condition of approval, which is that the subject property owner, the applicant, be obliged to post signage saying no parking this side of street if the easement owners can come to terms on which side of street that might be. I have no idea if they'll ever get to yes on this, but if, frankly, if our board can give them a gentle nudge toward creating a little more space for folks in the fire world, I think that's good for the firefighters. I think it's good for the safety of all 4 parcel owners, and it's my motion. So
I'll look for a second.
I'll second that.
Thank
One
you.
quick question.
And I'll
Okay, you
stop talking.
finished?
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Vice President Lee, go ahead, please.
Well, first, I just want to thank both the applicant and the appellant for presenting us a lot of information. This is very helpful for us to understand that site. Having sat on the Planning Commission for 5.5 years in Sunnyvale, I've been very familiar with these appeals. And one thing I want to just follow up on the question is regarding the enforcement aspect of this. The county will not enforce this no parking. So if parking were to happen, any one of the easement holders could then enforce it by calling a tow truck company and get it towed. Am I correct?
I believe so. Again, I'm not sure exactly the mechanism they would use to enforce, but the county would not enforce.
County Council.
They would likely enter into an agreement to contract with a private agency, a tow company or whatnot, to enforce their private rights.
Right, thank you. So if we put some type of a no parking sign, then at that point, I remember various no parking signs I've seen, they would say, call this number if your car is towed, something like that, right? Okay, that's all I have. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there any further comments? Very much appreciate as well the appellants and applicants' presentations, as well as the staff's work and the Citizens Planning Commission as well. Thank you all for the information. Let me just see if anybody else has. We don't have Supervisor Chavez's hand?
No.
Okay. Not seeing any other lights. Supervisor Simitian, go ahead, have the last word, and we'll vote.
Well, it's actually the last question, or maybe the last question, which is, does anybody think this is a really bad idea? And if the appellants, or through the chair, or the property owners, I mean, I offered it because it seems to me we're pretty clearly constrained legally about what we can do, and we need to respect that. On the other hand, I think it's entirely understandable, as I said earlier, that people are concerned about fire safety, particularly in this area, and particularly given a less than ideal access, particularly for the 2 properties at the rear of the road, of the private road. So I don't offer the addendum to the motion as a cure-all, but I do think that, you know, one relatively simple thing, if people could get to yes on it, is make sure you don't have an obstacle course when it's time for a fire apparatus to make its way in safely. And one way to do that is to pick one side of the street, and I'm sure everybody will want it to be the other side, and post some no parking signs. And to the question that was asked, hope that most people obey the signs most of the time, which is better than never, which is, you know, what I'm trying to avoid for both the fire folk and for the residents of the area. Now, you know, when you do these things on the fly in a meeting like this, there are times when you just realize, okay, we didn't have, you know, all of this in front of us until we heard people. So if somebody thinks it's a really bad idea, including staff, I mean, I'm off the board in 6 months, so you can say anything you darn well please, you know.
Through the president, I just have, Lisa McKyle, just one clarifying question in the motion for the proposed condition. If the parties do not come to terms with supplying one side of the signage, is it the supervisor's opinion that the condition is not enforceable at that point.
Yeah, there's nothing to enforce is probably the way I would say it. And you know what I'm also mindful of is, and I think this was reflected in Mr. Lopresti's response, you know, given the scope of the improvements and trying to manage some degree of proportionality, the cost of 3 or 4 signs up and down one side of the road is negligible. And yet, if people could get to yes, even if they did it by drawing a straw to see which side of the road it was, you know, if people could get to yes, it might provide in a moment of emergency access for that apparatus that needs to be there as quickly as possible. So that was a long-winded answer to your question, which is, yeah, if there's no agreement, then no signs go up, and if there's no signs going up, then nobody can be obliged to put them up or pay for them. I don't see anybody rushing the mic, so I'm going to ask for an aye vote. Thank you.
All right.
If I could just ask one clarifying question, Supervisor Simidian. The motion is to add the condition to the recommended action 11B1, correct?
Yes, although I don't see an A. I just see possible action I or 1 or 2. So it's the declare intent to deny the appeal.
Right.
So it is a denial of the appeal, to be very explicit and on the record. But it is to add the one condition that I've mentioned if there are 3 votes on the board to do it. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's vote, please.
Supervisor Arenas?
Yes.
Supervisor Chavez?
Yes.
Supervisor Simidian?
Aye.
Vice President Lee?
Aye.
President Ellenberg?
Yes.
Motion carries with 5.
Thank you very much. I'm planning to break us at 12:30. So just looking to see amongst 12, 13, 14, and 15, which we might be able to dispense with before that break. Supervisor Arenas, I know that you had comments on item 12. Do you anticipate that being a 5 or 10-minute item or longer? Okay, then let's continue with item 12, which is a referral from Chavez on funding options for affordable housing. I'll go first to see if the author of the referral wants to make any comments, then I'll go to public comment, and then I'll come to Supervisor Arenas.
Thank you, colleagues. So this referral is a reflection of the the Bay Area Housing Finance Authority is looking to put a ballot initiative on potentially in November that would allow for $20 billion to be spent in the 9 Bay Area counties on affordable housing. As part of the research to lay the foundation for that, one of the organizations, Enterprise, did a research project to look at how much affordable housing were in pipelines around the 9 Bay Area counties. In our county, it's 12,000 units that are in the pipeline. As folks have been trying to figure out whether or not this is going to go on the ballot, whether or not it passes, one of the things that's been occurring is we have a lot of developers and financiers and people with great ideas who want to come forward looking at public-private partnerships, both if it should pass or if it should fail. And this referral is intended to give our staff the tools to be able to respond to institutions or organizations who come to us with ideas, and for them to be able to do RFQs or RFPs or RFIs to be able to gather information that would help the board make decisions about how to address that 12,000 housing pipeline.
Thank you. Do we have public speakers on this item?
We do not have any public speakers on this item.
All right, Supervisor Arenas, I'll come to you.
Thank you. I appreciate the referral. I'm supportive overall of the referral. I just wanted to make sure that as we move forward, we continue to think about some of the items that the board has already approved, one of which is the agricultural worker housing. And I wanted to ask our county executive if you foresee this being inclusive of that.
It certainly can be if that's the request of the board, absolutely.
Well, yes, this is something that I would like to have included. I know that this is the 12,000 affordable housing units that are remaining as part of
the board achieving our goals to address the plan.
Might I go to Supervisor Chavez? You didn't make a motion, but why don't you make a motion and indicate if you're willing to accept Supervisor Arenas' friendly amendment to include farm worker housing
Thank you.
within that 12,000 units.
So I will move my referral and excitedly accept the opportunity to also look at creative ways to invest in farm worker housing as well. Thank you for the idea.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Supervisor Chavez. And the other.
Second. Sorry.
Oh, excuse me.
Good. This one second and first, yeah. So motion
Oh.
second. Yeah. Thanks.
Sorry. Okay. Thank you. So I'm wondering about I think this is super creative about the public-private partnerships, and I wanted to see if, from administration, obviously, you haven't come back to the board with any of these, any proposals or any possibilities, but how do you foresee any of the departments that might be backlogged? And I'm thinking about planning, because if it's public development, our planning department, I don't know how it would be impacted. Do you foresee that department being impacted? And
Don't foresee the planning department being significantly affected. I'm not saying zero, but obviously the vast majority of development occurs within incorporated areas, including our affordable housing projects. And so, we can certainly incorporate looking into and elements of our planning department, but do want to acknowledge that that there's only a small sliver that's directly impacted by our planning department.
got it. Okay. I just wanted to make sure. This is why I wanted to ask some questions about it. I really, like I said, I appreciate the referral and want to make sure that we include all the different kinds of possibilities. And so I want to make sure that we're not asking only for public-private partnerships, but that it is one of many options. Am I correct in this interpretation?
Yes, the intent is to have people be able to pitch ideas in a way that comes back to the board more quickly after they create a framework that allows them to do that.
Wonderful. So I just would love to add at the end, if we could, where it has and takes into consideration regional housing bond and sunsetting of the 2000 Measure 8 affordable housing bond, as well as any additional recommendations from staff that support the overarching goal.
Absolutely.
Wonderful. Okay, that's it for me.
Thank you. I have just a few very brief comments as well. I support the, I appreciate the referral, and I will support the recommended direction for staff to return with viable options regarding funding additional affordable housing units. Look forward to voting yes on this in a few moments. While the regional housing bond is not yet a certainty, I want to emphasize that it truly is our best chance of securing funds at the scale needed to meet the housing and homelessness prevention demands of our community. Our board hasn't yet taken a formal position on the measure. I think it is time that we do so. Supervisor Lee and I have already supported the placement of this measure on the November ballot through our roles on the ABAG Executive Committee, and we will bring forward a resolution in August so that the entire board can formally weigh in. Even with the acknowledged shortcomings and imperfections of this measure, there's truly not going to be another vehicle that will match the bond in scale or scope. Supervisor Chavez, your referral, I think, rightly asks county administration to consider funding options beyond the regional housing bond, given its current uncertainty. Certainly, we should be exploring partnerships with local and regional housing developers, particularly low-income housing developers, but we must be extremely transparent regarding any public-private partnerships that leverage tax dollars And I also certainly want us to be careful in our zeal to build these much-needed units that we not relinquish the elements of control and affordable sustainability that are important to us as public stewards and to the public. When the report comes back to the board in September, I'd like to see any recommendations for funding these units clearly lay out all involved partners and sources of funding and financing. Are you comfortable with that being added to your motion, Supervisor Chavez?
Yes, I think that's thoughtful. I do just want to say, I don't know that the staff will know exactly who that is, because this will be the beginning of a process. But the intent here is to make it transparent so that individuals or organizations aren't coming to individual members of the board, but are working through our staff, and that the staff has the tools they need to process those ideas and make sure that we're ready to go either way. And I do want to just also add, I think the point you raised about the importance of the housing bond is really very profound, and it is absolutely necessary to get us over the finish line and to get, you know, the people in our community housed.
Thanks so much. I know that we also share the value of early and frequent community engagement with neighbors around the creation of affordable housing. So we'll want to make sure that as we move forward with funding possibilities, we also bring along plans to communicate regularly on how the funds will be spent, where projects are being proposed, and what are the partnerships and leveraging of funds that are brought in to get these projects off the ground. I guess that's another requested add there around a communication plan. Okay.
Thank you. That's
Great.
very helpful.
Thank you. And then finally, I would be interested in seeing how we can incorporate resources for our county's particularized populations, youth, families, older adults, disabled, and LGBTQ populations at any new developments, including childcare for those facilities that will cater to young families. I realize that may not all be, certainly would not expect that for September, but as we go forward with new developments, I want to make sure all of those factors are considered.
Yes, that's good feedback, and let's incorporate it just so the staff understands the flavor and direction of the entire board. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. Let's vote on this item.
Supervisor Arenas.
I'm sorry, was there public comment taken?
Yes.
There was. Okay.
Yes.
My
Thank
fault.
you. Thank you for checking.
Yes.
Supervisor Chavez.
Yes.
Supervisor Smidian is away from his seat. Smidian, aye. Vice President Lee.
Aye.
President Ellenberg.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. I'm going to pull up item 13, which is my motion, but I have just inadvertently closed all of my files. So with apologies, I need a second to reorganize myself. Goodness. Getting there. So many buttons, so many folders. All right, I am back. I will introduce this resolution and then note that I have invited the two co-authors of ACA 5 to say a few words regarding this important amendment. So immediately after I finish, we will key up. Oh, I guess he's going now. That's fine. We can hear Scott Wiener. Senator Wiener, go ahead. I'll speak after them. But let's get some volume. Would you like me to continue while we figure out the volume?
Let's continue
issue?
with your comments. I will have my staff take a look. I think we need to get a share on sound in addition to video.
Okay. All right, then we will come back to Senator Wiener and then Assembly Member Lowe. In 2008, California voters adopted Prop 8, which placed language in the Constitution that prohibited same-sex marriage. Numerous lawsuits ensued challenging the enforceability of that proposition. In 2015, the U.S. Supreme Court ruled that based on a long-standing principle of substantive due process, all states had to recognize same-sex marriages. The High Court's decision also reiterated the validity of interracial marriages, which had continued to be outlawed in many states. Concernedly, in 2023, the U.S. Supreme Court turned the substantive due process principle upside down in the Dobbs decision when the court overturned the almost 50-year precedent of Roe v. Wade and a woman's right to bodily autonomy and the right to choose whether to have an abortion. Justice Thomas, in his concurring opinion, explicitly stated that he intended to use that principle to overturn marriage equality cases because the substantive due process principle was invalid. This thinking would, of course, jeopardize not only same-sex marriages, but interracial ones as well. And I would submit that we cannot allow Justice Thomas's flawed thinking to prevail in California. Though it's currently unenforceable, the language of Prop 8 is still part of the California Constitution. The threat of the Supreme Court is real, and same-sex and interracial marriages could one day again be threatened by that provision, depending on the actions of the Supreme Court. So in response to those concerns, Assemblymember Evan Lowe and State Senator Scott Wiener drafted ACA 5, which will appear on the November ballot and would repeal the Prop 8 language. In its place, our state constitution would make clear that marriage is a fundamental right for all Californians, regardless of race, ethnicity, religion, sexuality, or gender identity. I am bringing today's resolution because I believe that our county should stand solidly with this principle. So I will make a motion for adoption of the resolution and respectfully look for a second.
Second.
Thank you very much. And before we go to public comment, I'd like again to invite our invited guests to weigh in.
All right, we are going to bring up that video.
Hi, I'm Senator Scott Wiener, one of the co-authors of Assembly Constitutional Amendment 5 to finally remove Prop 8 from the California Constitution, to remove that scar from our Constitution. You know, it's only 16 years ago that a majority of California voters voted to ban LGBTQ people from getting married. It was just a devastating day in our history. It was so depressing for so many of us, and now we have an opportunity to right that wrong. A lot of people don't even realize that this language is still in our Constitution, and we need to get it out, particularly with all of the risk that we have at the U.S. Supreme Court, which has already rolled back reproductive health rights. We need to protect California families, and that's what we're doing. So I encourage the Santa Clara County Board of Supervisors to support ACA 5, and thank you so much for taking up this important issue.
And we have Assemblymember Lee with us, live, I believe.
Hi, Board President Ellenberg, and to the fellow County Board of Supervisors. Greetings from Sacramento, and thank you so very much for the opportunity to advocate in support of our legislative constitutional amendment 5 to enshrine protections for love in our Constitution. And of course, it's with a deep sense of pride to know that the county that I was born and raised in would also be lending its voice in support of a constitutional amendment to support marriage equality. Here in the state legislature, we also just recognized the anniversary of Loving Day, as Board President Ellenberg referenced, that of the potential dismantling of Obergefell, same-sex couples to marry, that court case, and also Loving, interracial marriage. This is the unfortunate reality that we're dealing with in 2024, and yes, even in California. And so it is very timely during the month of Pride to lend the voice of the County Board of Supervisors in helping to acknowledge the importance and also helping to inform our public I think when we go on the streets, so many would never fathom or imagine that marriage equality protections could be on the chopping block, but that is the reality that we're dealing with. And so thank you very much for the kind consideration of supporting Assembly Constitutional Amendment 5 by myself and Senator Scott Wiener, and hopefully we'll see resounding results at the ballot box. And I'll just end by saying this. In the California State Legislature, this measure received bipartisan support, not a single no vote from any member of the legislature. So I think times have changed, we've evolved, and recognizing that love is love. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Assembly Member. Do we have public speakers on this item?
We do not have any public comment on this item.
All right, then motion by Ellenberg, second by Arenas. Oh, I see my colleague's lights on. Do you have additional comments? Supervisor Arenas, please.
Thank you. I'm just super excited that you brought this forward. This is wonderful. Thank you so much, and of course, thank our Senator Wiener and Assemblymember Lowe for their leadership up in the Capitol. I know this is just incredibly important, and I know that the Assemblymember brought to light that it's been only 15 years ago that California decided to do something opposite of what I think is typically the values that we pride ourselves in. And so in having this resolution, it's taking back our state and taking back our values. So thank you so much for making sure that we do that and we line ourselves up with the values that we want to live by. So thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Lee.
Thank you, President Ellenberg, for bringing this resolution forward, which is long overdue. This resolution could not be more fitting as we are celebrating Pride Month. We have made significant progress, but this resolution is a reminder that the pursuit for equality is never over. We cannot sit comfortably idle to think that our rights are protected. Our state constitution still has language that does not fully protect the rights of every Californian, and ACA 5 here today is a timely and just remedy. And at the time when the U.S. Supreme Court is willing to roll back rights and fear is getting hate and bigotry more clicks and likes online, I'm very concerned for my siblings, my neighbors, my family, and those who are in the LGBTQ community. We once again stand at the crossroads of equality. In the county that can claim the first ever Office of LGBTQ Affairs in the United States, we've always led as allies, and today we must do that again. Hate has no place, whether it's based on race or based on who we love, in our county, and shall not have harbor in the laws of the state of California. Hate is simply just hate. Don't hide behind the Holy Scriptures to justify hate. Anyone who does not love does not know God, because God is love, quoting the Scriptures in John. To quote President Obama, when all Americans are treated as equal, no matter who they are and whom they love, we are all more free. Thank you for this good work, and I look forward to a unanimous vote on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's vote, please.
Supervisor Arenas?
Yes.
Supervisor Chavez? I think we may have lost Supervisor Chavez on the call. Supervisor Simidian? Vice President Lee?
Absolute aye.
President Ellenberg?
Yes. Thank you very
Motion
much.
carries.
We are going to recess for lunch right now. It's 12:34. We will reconvene at 1:05. Thank you.
This one's on.
Good afternoon. We are resuming after our lunch recess. It is 1:05. Let's do a roll call to establish the continued presence of a quorum.
Supervisor Arenas?
Here.
Supervisor Chavez? Absent. Supervisor Simidian? Absent. Vice President Lee?
Good afternoon, President.
And President Ellenberg.
I am here. Item 14 is our county executive's report.
Good afternoon. Just a brief report for the board today on a couple items. One, we're continuing to track developments regarding the state's budget. We still don't have a full plan agreed to between the legislature and the governor's office, and those negotiations, we understand, are continuing. We, of course, continue to be focused primarily on issues including excess ERAF, as well as proposed cuts from the governor's May revise to public health funding and changes to health care funding overall, such as related to the managed care organization tax. The board did approve on consent, moving to consent today, a resolution supporting a ballot initiative related to the managed care organization tax. That is an effort that the county supports, given that it would increase funding into the health and hospital system here at the county and across the state, including specific set aside of some money for public hospital systems specifically. We understand that there's apparently, according to news reporting, some concerns between the governor's office and proponents of the initiative, and we certainly hope that that gets worked out in order to make that additional funding available, given how much it is needed, at least here locally. In addition to tracking those sorts of issues and continuing our advocacy and appreciating the strong support from our delegation on those issues, did want to share one other update related to fire season. Fire season has come early here this year, and it looks like it's going to be, unfortunately, a pretty active one. Did want to share with the board that our own county fire department did deploy a strike team of 22 personnel down to the Los Angeles area to assist with fighting that fire, and anticipate that those crews from our county will be deployed throughout the state on a periodic basis throughout what looks like will be a pretty intense fire season. And just a reminder, and consistent with the conversation the board had earlier under item 11 regarding that grading permit appeal, how critical fire safety is, especially in our unincorporated areas, where just a few years ago we experienced some of the state's largest fires. So we're going to continue to monitor that and keep folks appraised as that progresses. And that concludes my report.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions? I will move to the county council's report.
There were no reportable actions taken at the June 17th, 2024 closed session meeting. Additionally, as part of the County Council's quarterly reporting on tort settlements over $1 million, I'm reporting that the county executed a settlement agreement with Sohail Hijazi Shore and Farzaneh Mohammadi in the amount of $2,125,000 on March 20th, 2024 to resolve a complaint filed on February 8th, 2022 in the U.S. District Court for the Northern District of California, case number 22-CV-00799. And that concludes my report.
Thank you. Seeing no questions there either, we will go to item 16 was moved to consent. Item 17, the Valley Homeless Healthcare Program Monthly Report.
Good afternoon, President and Supervisors. My name is Christine Rouse, Assistant Nurse Manager with Valley Homeless Healthcare Program. We just have two items that we're reporting on today. One of them is the performance eval for the HRSA Project Director, and the second one is the addition of the reentry suite, which we're really excited about. So I'll leave it open for questions.
Thank you. I'm going to go first to public comment. Do we have any speakers on this item? Hi, Rhonda.
We currently have no speakers, either in person or on Zoom.
All right, then I will return to my colleagues for questions. I have just one today. Thank you so much for the report. I note that the goals for the next fiscal year include the expansion of mobile sites. Do you know what shelters are set to receive those services?
We don't know yet. We've been working collaboratively with OSH, with Office of Supportive Housing, so more to come on that.
Great. When that information is available, will you bring it to the subsequent VHHP report?
Definitely.
Great. Thank you very much. Supervisor Lee, do you have a question?
No, I'm just ready to motion approve the report and accept the
Into
staff.
the mic, please.
Excuse me.
There you go.
I'd like to go ahead and make a motion to approve staff's recommendation and receive the report.
All right, happy to second that. Let's vote, please.
Supervisor Arenas?
Yes.
Supervisor Chavez? Absent. Supervisor Sumedian? Absent. Vice President Lee?
Aye.
President Ellenberg?
Yes.
Motion carries 3-0.
Thank you. Thank you. Item 18.
President Ellenberg, may I ask that we hold off on addressing item 18, then come back to it at a later time?
Later today?
Later today, yes.
Okay, absolutely. And when I inevitably forget, remind me when you're ready to bring it back, please. Thank you. Item 19 is the concealed carry weapons license fingerprint scanner surveillance use policy. Do we have anyone presenting on that?
This is from the Office of the Sheriff. I don't see anyone in chambers.
Why don't I hold that while somebody reaches out to the sheriff's office and see if they're intending to bring someone. We'll go then, well, item 20 is sheriff, oh no.
Item 20 is pretrial, and Matt Fisk is here, so.
Hi, Matt Fisk. Excellent. So we're going to move to item 20, which is alternative electronic monitoring devices surveillance use policy and acquisition, and requires a Levine Act announcement.
Item number 20 is subject to the Levine Act. Any party or their agents must disclose on the record a contribution of more than $250 made to a board member as described on page 3 of the agenda. Participants who have a financial interest in their agents are requested to make a similar disclosure.
Thank you. Matt, do you want to offer any brief remarks or go right to questions?
I can make it very brief. This is a shared, no additional cost contract between the Probation Department, Sheriff's Department, and Pretrial Services for more modern electronic monitoring technology at your prompting, as well as other board members, and based on our own interest. It's taken quite a while to get here, but essentially it enables us to have more options for the judges, including smartphones and smartwatches.
Excellent. Thank you. I was really very glad to receive the report. I'll first see if we have public commenters on this item.
We currently have no public commenters, either in person or on Zoom.
All right. Then I'm going to begin by thanking you, Matt, and your department for seeking out the new technology that will facilitate electronic monitoring while helping to reduce the stigma that is caused by an ankle shackle. I also want to thank your department for the work that I know you're doing behind the scenes with our partners in the courts to reduce, where possible, the reliance on any external electronic monitoring device. And although these devices are touted certainly for being a more humane alternative to incarceration, the disruptive impact that they have on the lives of program participants is very significant in some cases. I'm telling you what you know, but just sort of saying it aloud anyway, that these electronic monitoring devices essentially expand carceral control beyond our jails and often can reproduce the harms of incarceration by limiting family and community connections and the ability to work or seek education. Multiple studies have shown that individuals wearing electronic monitoring devices are more likely to land back in jail due to technical violations of monitoring programs that would not otherwise be a crime and are unrelated to public safety or flight risk. While studies have shown, studies of these devices have shown that they have statistically insignificant effect on rates of rearrest for new offense, recent pilots in Tennessee, Louisiana, and New York are proving that less restrictive measures, such as text and call numbers, actually better facilitate court appearances. And certainly coordinating childcare and providing transportation subsidies also increases court compliance. So I urge you to continue to think creatively on how we can lessen the burdens of these devices in our county. And again, thank you always for your really strong and principled work, Matt. Vice President Lee.
Yes, I actually did have a quick question regarding the difference between this and the ankle monitoring device. One of the story I heard a year ago was this famous case in the Navy called the Fat Leonard scandal. This individual was actually finally come to apprehension, arrested, and is living in the place in San Diego with an ankle bracelet. He literally slipped out of the ankle bracelets, got across the border in Mexico, and the long story short, that device obviously did not serve its purpose. So I'm trying to make sure that this device we're doing here will do at least as good, if not better, job of making sure the purpose of it is being served.
Thank you very much. President Ellenberg and Supervisor Lee, I agree with your sentiments on everything you said. We're excited to release these devices to the judges in the next few weeks because they're more modern technology, they're more functional, they're more supportive, they're less invasive. Every technology has its people that can crack it, but we will continue to work and support clients through these newer, more comfortable devices.
Okay. No further question. I'm happy to make a motion to approve policy and agreement as recommended.
And I will second that. Supervisor Ennis? Oh, okay. Let's vote, please.
I'm sorry, did I miss the mover and seconder on that?
Motion by Lee, second by Ellenberg.
Thank you, my apologies. Supervisor Arenas?
Yes.
Supervisor Chavez? Absent. Supervisor Semidian? Absent. Vice President Lee?
Aye.
President Ellenberg?
Yes.
Motion carries 3-0.
Thank you. Do we have an update on the Sheriff's Office?
We do. They're present now.
Hello. All right. Thanks, Matt. Then we're going to circle back to item 19, please.
That's it.
Thank you so much. Visibility to all 5 of us is better on that side. Got you. All right.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. Lieutenant Joseph DeWin from the Sheriff's Office. Next to me, we have Daniel Yamas, our CCW coordinator for the Sheriff's Office. Next to him is Summer Ogle, our fingerprint director. And to the right is John Zor, our senior systems administrator. We have submitted a report for our updated surveillance use policy and system impact report to reflect the changes in Senate Bill 2 regarding the concealed carry weapon process. In March 2024, the California Office of Administrative Law approved the California Department of Justice emergency action concerning uniform CCW licenses. This emergency action includes a crucial requirement, which is to capture the thumbprint for CCW licenses using an FBI certified fingerprint device. This device must comply with the FBI's next generation identification image quality specifications. So on March 25th of 2024, the Sheriff's Office purchased a new CCW fingerprint scanner for the amount of $94. This image scanner meets both California DOJ and FBI standards. It creates a digital copy of the applicant's fingerprint at the final step of the CCW license issuance process for the back of the CCW license card. These digital copies would not be used for database searches or storage. Furthermore, all fingerprint data must be deleted from the scanner within 180 days of collection. So after the license is issued, the Sheriff's Office will delete the image file from the system. Additionally, the fingerprint data will be stored in a non-sharing secured database to ensure the highest levels of security. This database is completely independent from the live scan machines, providing extra layer of protection for the applicant's personal information. Since February 16 of 2023, the Sheriff's Office utilized an online system for CCW permits. This system has been able to streamline the process for applicants and for the CCW personnel. Since the launch of the new process, there has been over 1,600 applications conducted, over 900 interviews. To put this in perspective, our applications increased by 809% from the previous year. We have issued, our issuance rate has increased by 774%. This year, the Sheriff's Office is trending to issue 160 more CCW licenses than the previous year. With the approval of the SUP, the Sheriff's Office can continue to fairly and equitably issue CCW licenses and be compliant with updated mandates. And we're ready for any questions.
Thanks so much. I'm going to first see if we have any public commenters on this item.
We currently have no public comment, either in chambers or on Zoom.
All right, I'll turn to my colleagues for any comments or a motion.
Motion to approve the new licensed fingerprint scanner as recommended.
Second.
Any further comments?
I'm just amazed that this is a $94 device. Certainly, this is not the reason you're all here, but it's a policy they're developing. So I just want to say thank you for putting on the good work to make that happen. Thank you.
Supervisor Lee, just to clarify, you're approving the recommended action, or the motion is to approve the recommended action, is that correct?
Correct, exactly.
Thank you.
All right, let's vote, please.
Supervisor Arenas?
Yes.
Supervisor Chavez, absent. Supervisor Smidian, absent. Vice President Lee?
Aye.
President Ellenberg?
Yes.
Motion carries 3-0.
Very much. Thank you all. Item 21 is an unmanned aerial system surveillance use policy for our communications folks.
Good afternoon, President Ellenberg, David Campos, Deputy County Executive. I'm here in Sacramento. My apologies for not being able to be there, but we have a number of hearings on different bills that we're still covering. But I'll turn it over to Leticia Gomez, who is there to answer any questions. Leticia?
Nope. Nope.
No?
Now, yes.
Thank you, David. Good afternoon, supervisors. I'm here to answer any questions you may have about the drones we're hoping to acquire.
Thank you. I'll see.
Sorry, to my right, I have Multimedia Communications Officer Nick Sherrill. He's a multimedia comms officer that has used drones and can answer additional technical questions if there are any.
Excellent. Thank you. Do we have any public speakers, Rhonda?
We do not on either platform.
All right. Are there comments from my colleagues or a motion?
I do have a quick question. Tisha, previously, if you recall, there was an issue of purchasing of a drone, and in light of the vendor, there was some concern of the security issues of being, information being leaked outside the United States. Has that issue been addressed in this purchase?
Yes, Supervisor Lee, it has been addressed, and that is why the amount of the purchase went up. What we had proposed initially was from the vendor that turns out is not allowed for us to use, and therefore we had to use, another manufacturer, and that's why it's more expensive than the initial ledge file had announced. But it has been addressed.
Okay, Thank you, and that's all I have. I'm ready to make a motion to approve policy and acquisition of the 2 unmanned aerial systems drones.
Second.
Thank you.
Sorry, I just want to clarify, Supervisor Lee, when you say policy, just because there are 4 components to this, policy is one of those components, that's shorthand for the recommended action.
That's right.
All right,
Thank you.
Let's vote, please.
Supervisor Arenas?
Yes.
Supervisor Chavez? Absent. Supervisor Semidian? Absent. Vice President Lee?
Aye.
President Ellenberg?
Yes.
Motion carries 3-0.
Thank you very much. Item 22
Thank you.
is a fiscal 2023 State Homeland Security Grant Program Application Ratification.
I'm not sure if we have representatives from OEM online, but the reason this is on regular is because of the surveillance ordinance.
Right.
But this is agreement with the city for the city's utilization of that grant funding.
I'm happy to move approval of that item. Second by Lee. Do we have public speakers, Rhonda?
We do not.
All right, let's vote, please.
Supervisor Arenas?
Yes.
Supervisor Chavez? Absent. Supervisor Semidian? Absent. Vice President Lee?
Aye.
President Ellenberg?
Yes.
Motion carries 3-0.
Thank you so much. Item 23 is the Latino Health Assessment Status Report.
Forgive me while I'm getting settled here. I appreciate your board's
Take a minute, no
efficiency today.
worries.
Thank you. And this chair appears to be stuck. Well, I'm delighted to be here, President Ellenberg, members of the board. This is Sarah Rudman, representing the Public Health Department, and pleased to bring forward a in-progress report on our Latino health assessment that we're assisting to facilitate on behalf of the board and their referral. And a special thank you to Supervisor Arenas for bringing this referral forward. I believe it's her first referral ever. So today I am joined by, I think all virtually, several members of my team who may be transferring between virtual attendance and in person. So we'll play it by ear, but I do want to give credit where credit is due to the members of the Public Health Department who have helped to bring folks together, as well as to the steering committee that has been really the heart of making sure that this work represents the communities it's meant to describe and therefore serve. So I want to introduce, and they'll be here shortly, Angelica Diaz, who is our Healthy Communities Branch Director, Wayne and Honoria, our Chief Science Officer, and Rhonda McClinton Brown, who many of you know, our Deputy Director of Strategy, Planning, and Policy, as well as the specific teams behind each of these folks, the Science, Planning, and Racial Health Equity teams, the Steering Committee, and our collaborating partners from the Department of Equity and Social Justice within the County Executive's Office, represented by my colleague, Dr. Luna, next to me. I'm also particularly proud, before we just share a few slides about this presentation, to mention that in addition to using the tried and true community health assessment techniques that we have used in past health assessments, including the last time we conducted a Latino health assessment over 10 years ago, we are also adding considerable new components this year at the direction of the board that have proven to be particularly and almost surprisingly valuable, a deep dive at the direction of the board into service utilization data of the services offered by the county. And that has required new partnerships, new methods of data sharing, new methods of analysis, but have really opened up an opportunity for understanding not only the health of the Latino communities in Santa Clara County, but what the county's role will look like in response to those needs and the direction we receive. So with that, I apologize. I'll need just a moment to get the slides up. You don't have that able to share, right? Okay, I'll be just a moment to get the slides up, and I'll see if Dr. Luna has anything to add while I do so. Thank you. You know what? I apologize, I am struggling here. Can I ask the clerk of the board, do you have the ability to broadcast the slides that we've included?
Rhonda?
We are on it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I very much appreciate that. And so while we pull that up, I'll share verbally what many of you have access to in the packet. First, I want to make sure it's clear how much work went into this presentation, or the assessment itself. And the goal today really is to offer where we are in the timeline of the assessment itself, which will not be presented in full until its completion in October and a full presentation to the board in November. But to get us there at this point, we have already conducted over 31 key informant interviews, actually now 12 community conversations in which we host events for members in the community to come join and give feedback. Over 100 participants in these community conversations, quantitative data, over 20 quantitative data sets analyzed, 7 external reports, and then 18 county departments that have provided data, and that is that completely novel component. So we're on the second slide, please. Thank you. As I noted before, really this entire structure has been championed and led by stakeholders engaged in the steering committee and a planning committee that helped to carry out the activities. To the next slide, please. So the process, which again is the focus of the update today, to make sure every member of the board knows where we are, is really highlighted as follows, and then I'll share just a little bit more about the findings of the process to date, but that complete report will come in the fall. So we began this process at the board's direction back in May of 2023, pulling together the wide number of partners we would need to make this a success. Throughout the following months, then describing the scope and what the community was telling us were the most important areas to focus with respect to health of Latino communities. We engaged in a formal and quite complex research approach, which is newly a capability of the Public Health Department because of the growth of the science branch. And then here we are now with an update to the board of where we are in this process, with the expectation that the full report will be developed and released by October of 2024, with a presentation to the board shortly after, and then after that the improvement plan will come, which will lead to actions taken not only by the county and other governments, but key partner organizations throughout the county to achieve what this assessment has told us are the most important interventions to protect the health of our Latino community members. So to the next slide, please. Again, this was a deeply community-driven process. And you'll see here the actions by the steering committee. There was also a coordinating committee helping to keep everyone moving on track. Developing specific themes, a highly rigorous research schema, a data collection plan, and now deep in evaluation of all of those data. To the next slide, I'll share with you, this is what our steering community identified as the 4 priority domains of the research we'd be conducting. And I think it won't surprise you, having listened to the agenda so far today, almost every one of these has been likewise a priority of the board and of other elements of county government. These include housing and neighborhood conditions, access to care overall, acute and chronic health conditions, and specifically mental health and stigma and barriers to seeking mental health care, and maternal and child health, and specifically the development of youth and young adults. Next slide, please. The research approach itself and why this is actually many people's worth and many months' worth of work is that it's not sufficient either to just hear stories or to try to summarize real lives as numbers. And so we've been using a mixed method approach that includes not only public health surveillance and survey data, and not only qualitative data in which we interview key stakeholders and use a formal research as well as informal approach to interpret patterns of the findings, but also this novel county service utilization data and recent health assessments that we are otherwise aware have been conducted and can incorporate so that we're not reinventing the wheel. To the next slide, please. So at this point, in addition to making sure you're aware of where we are and what to expect in the future from this assessment, we want to make sure you know generally what we're finding in these assessments and what kinds of detail we expect the data to back up when you see the full report. First, and I think perhaps not surprisingly for anyone who has lived or worked in this county, we have found recurring evidence and reports of the strong protective factors that lead to resilience in the Latino communities here in Santa Clara County, including strong sense of family connection, resilience, work ethic, and sense of community. In addition, there are multiple improving trends, and I maybe want to make sure that it's clear that these come in the face of challenges to those trends. But we have seen increasing proportion of college education among Latino residents, decreasing teen birth rate, declining COVID death rates from the peaks of the pandemic, and in addition, the pandemic made a significant negative impact on the life expectancy of all county residents, and in particular, and out of proportion, our Latino residents. But we have seen this life expectancy dip recovering in that time. Next slide, please. Further additional preliminary findings, and I will give Ms. McClinton-Brown another moment to catch her breath, but if you want, I'll start on these and then you can take over for me. We found that Latino households were more burdened by housing costs and more likely to be living in what are considered overcrowded conditions. We found with respect to access to care, more Latino residents had problems paying for medical bills, and more Latino residents experienced unfair treatment when they were trying to access the medical care they needed, specifically due to their race and ethnicity. With respect to chronic health conditions, we found more Latinos experienced psychological distress, fewer sought professional mental health treatment, and these disparities were driven by factors such as generational trauma, stigma, and economic stressors. And then with respect to maternal and child health, we found that Latinos experienced more adverse child experiences. And this is a framework that evidence has shown us over and over again, not just to impact mental health, but completely change body chemistry in a way that impacts diabetes, obesity, heart disease, and a wide range of chronic diseases that are not specific to mental health. In addition, challenges included lack of school engagement, community violence, lack of safe spaces for youth, and overall fewer of the positive childhood experiences that we know can be protective against the biological harms of these adverse childhood experiences. So I'll pause there. Rhonda, anything you want to add before we go to the next slide, since this is, I think, the ahas that we have had in the early phases of this analysis.
The ahas. The only thing that I would add on the data is in the areas where we have improvements in data, I just wanted to highlight, for example, with teen pregnancy and COVID-19, in addition to the trend going downward, it's also the steep of the curve of the downwards curve is more pronounced, which means it's narrowing the gap between Latino population and other ethnic racial groups. So I just wanted to highlight that one point.
Thank you. We'll go to the next slide, please.
Want me to take this?
Yes.
Okay, I'll cover the themes that are happening so far. So I think as Dr. Redmond, good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. Happy to be here. And in addition to the data collection, as of Friday, we just completed our community conversations. And we just wanted to give you just a preview of some of the things that have been coming up from the community conversations, even though we have not fully analyzed the data from that qualitative piece of the assessment. So one of the things that's coming up is community members are feeling a sense of community support and relationships. They're feeling that those are assets that they have in the community and really should be nourished and deepened, as well as neighborhood condition. We also were hearing challenges that impact health-seeking behaviors, things that you heard already in the quantitative data, such as discrimination in healthcare settings, fear of retaliation, economic pressures, language barriers, stigma related to health conditions, and the availability of appointments and providers. These are things that affect healthcare seeking behavior, which ultimately impacts health. And then lastly, other trends and challenges or concerns include kind of a need to understand understanding the perceptions of mental health, and also the need to prevent early exposure to factors that are not healthy for youth, such as drugs, alcohol, violence, and gangs. That's been coming up in the community conversations.
Next slide.
Next slide. So in closing, we just wanted to highlight for you the next steps. So we just, since we submitted this for the agenda, it said completion of the community conversations. We're proud to say we just completed those on Friday. We should be completing the report and releasing it in October, in the end of October, during Binational Health Week. And then we will be coming back to the Board of Supervisors in November with the final presentation and report to the board.
And that's it. We'll be very happy to take questions.
Thank you so much. I'll be very happy to ask them. But let's first go to the public. Do we have any public speakers on this item?
We currently have one speaker on Zoom.
And no one in chambers? Let me note that.
No one in chambers at this time.
Thank you. For speakers on Zoom, if you desire to speak on this item, now is the time to raise your virtual hand. I will close the queue when our first speaker begins speaking. So if that's holding at one, we can
We are holding at
proceed.
one.
All right.
Our
Thank you.
speaker is Dolores Alvarado. Dolores, I've asked you to unmute.
Thank you very much, Supervisor. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Dolores. I've had the pleasure of serving on the steering committee of the LHA and chair of the coordinating committee. And what I'd like to share with you is a couple of quick things. One is that this report will show some policies and systems that were created many, many years ago that perhaps are still in place, or the practices are still in place, which often excluded ethnicities from certain services or abilities to buy homes, etc. So that is a new way of presenting such information. It's not something that we can fix with giving folks a box of food, but some of the roots of these diseases go back several hundred years. So I dare not say I'm excited to hear that, because it's not pleasant. However, it will inform us, inform the board as well, into some interventions that make more sense from a policy perspective as opposed to a service perspective, or perhaps both. The other thing I wanted to share with you is that this is in fact has been a community-driven process, and I'd like to thank the Public Health Department and all of the teams, particularly Rhonda, Rocio, and Maritza for sure, from all their support. And you could see in their faces as we were speaking, as things started to change in what kind of data we needed to look for. As difficult as it was, they were great at providing that data. We will have a historical perspective to some of the practices that we have now, why diabetes is where it is at this point, how did that develop, how did the ability to purchase food develop into, or inability into such conditions. So with that, I'd like to thank the board. I'd like to give special thanks to Supervisor Arenas for starting this process, and I look forward to October.
Thank you so much. I'm going to hold my questions until Supervisor Arenas has had an opportunity to lead on her referral, but I do want to take just a quick moment to say thank you, particularly to Dr. Sarah Rudman for so expertly leading the Public Health Department during Dr. Cody's sabbatical. You have shown incredible leadership across all the department's important programs and services, and you've been an excellent advocate for the continuation and further expansion of this work. And the funding, please. Thank you. Thank you for serving in the county health officer role and for leading the department through what I'm sure has been a most challenging budget as we both recover from the lasting effects of the COVID-19 pandemic and the governor's proposals to slash the state public health budget in ways that could have dramatic impacts on communities across the state. I am grateful for your leadership and look forward to continuing to work together, particularly in the areas of real sustainable violence prevention, as well as maternal and infant health, Black maternal and infant health, because we all know that when the health of the public is strong, communities are safe. So thank you very much, Sarah. Supervisor Arenas.
Thank you. I also am going to start there as well, President Ellenberg, and thank all of you for the wonderful work that you've done, of course, starting with leadership. Dr. Rudman, I really appreciate that you are sincerely invested in the Latino community and understanding what kind of disparities create obstacles in accessing health care and leading having a quality of life that is comparative to others in this valley is really important. So I really appreciate that leadership. And of course, Dr. Luna, you get this in a way that is very personal, and your perspective and astuteness in data collection and how to really carry out an assessment has been just absolutely, has made a huge difference for me. And so I really want to thank you for that. We just have, President Ellenberg, let me just tell you, I want to thank you for thanking people, but we have an excellent team here in front of you. Of course, Rhonda, you've done just marvelous work in taking this on and making it make sense for us, creating the kind of steering committees along with us and being very thoughtful of who's involved and whose voices aren't there so that we make sure that it's comprehensive, that it's it can stand, the test of time and other assessments. And so I really appreciate all that. And of course, your staff, Angelica and Maritza, and on my end, of course, Xochitl and Patrick and Nancy, we've all come together to do this, and I know that it's been some time since the last assessment, and unfortunately, even though I know we want to start with what are some of the good traits of our community, and I love that you have this framework of making sure that we start with that, and I think that there's a lot of wonderful attributes to our Latino community that help us stay strong and help us move from poverty into a place where the quality of life is different. And then yet there's still some things in our county, like in South County, where the life expectancy is still shorter than the rest of the county. And so when that is happening, we take a look at how that impacts how people carry on with their lives, because as you know, it's not every Latino, but most Latinos, including myself, we live with multi-generations, right? We have a certain network that's part of those strengths that we carry and that we have with us. And so if our older generations are dying sooner, then that creates a absence in terms of network. And when somebody retires here in the county, we say, wow, your institutional knowledge is going with you, and there's going to be a loss to the system. It's the same thing that happens in our families when our parents die, and I know that I've shared this with all of you before. Your systems get impacted, and so then how do your systems then make up for that absence, right, and for that lack of attribute? And so those are the questions as policymakers and then also as providers that we need to begin to think about once we get all of this data together, because I know there's one piece that's missing, right? And that is the part of the assessment that is not traditional to a health assessment, and that's the utilization of services for Latinos. And the reason that I included that was because One, I want us to begin with our own systems in terms of what is the picture that that utilization of services is telling us, or the absence of that utilization is telling us, right? And we already see it preliminarily here because we see that there's a high need of mental health services for Latinos, yet the utilization is lower, right? Or the acts, and that has a lot to do with cultural factors. And so then that tells us there's work for us to do around that, right? There's so much that we already know about the Latino community, yet we don't have a plan that is anchored in all of these positive attributes that we know about the Latino community and what is missing. And so this is where I'm really excited about data. I don't get this excited about data. Let me tell you, I did get an A on statistics, but it wasn't because my love for data. It was because we use that to tell us a story, and I'm absolutely excited about what we as policymakers are going to be able to do to undo some of what you've already discussed and President Ellenberg, I think, mentioned, or is going to mention, excuse me. Because it's part of our responsibility to do that, to undo some of those systems. And I'm sorry, I think it was Dolores Alvarado, who is the last, the steering committee. We had this wonderful steering committee that just brought a lot of strengths to the table and different perspectives, and reminded us that we needed to include the voices of indigenous people. And as you know, that in South County we have quite a bit of folks who don't speak Spanish but come from Mexico, right? And so there's a lot of indigenous groups within our county that we haven't exactly incorporated into our daily services, and so our core services. And so we need to do that in a way that we don't have to think about, oh, what's that language, or did we remember to translate that, but that it just happens because it's automatic. We know our populations, we know where they're at, and we know how, we understand the strategies that are going to improve them. And so anyways, all to really say I'm excited about this next phase, and this next phase is the recommendations that will come from the data. Yet there's one source of data that still isn't there yet, right? And so in your report, it says data collection inconsistencies, especially in accurately recording clients' race and ethnicity, hamper service utilization analysis. And I know it has something to do with not being able to collect a standard data set. And I think it might have to do with ethnicity and the different standards of the different grants or funding sources that mandate us to collect in a certain way. But my question is either for all of you, if you've thought of it, or for county exec, what is it that we're going to do in order to really streamline the data collection inconsistencies? So whoever wants to take that one on.
I can speak to that a little bit. So we did receive data from 18 departments, including justice. So we have data from 18 departments that we're sorting through. I think that where the challenge lies is twofold. One is we have to look at the data and kind of really synthesize it in a way that tells a story that we want to tell. And so we really have to look at how we present the data in a way that's digestible and understandable, that leads to some type of recommendation for the Board of Supervisors consideration. And so what's in front of us now that we have the data is really analyzing that data and figuring out the right mechanism in how we summarize that data. So it's not that we weren't able to obtain that data, it's that the data looks differently department by department, depending on how we're structured or mandated or given how we record our data by race. And so we will have a summary of service utilization for the board's consideration. What the recommendations will be related to the presentation of the service utilization is too early for us to say, today, I don't know what that is going to look like. And so we need a little bit more time to look at what that looks like. But that is the challenge that is in front of us, is we all collect data in different ways. And we get that data, but we just have to figure out how to synthesize it and summarize it in a way that allows us to understand it and to tell a story of what we think is happening in terms of the service utilization of Latino communities in our county services.
So it's not that we're not collecting the same data, it's just that you need to synthesize all that different data sets.
Yeah, and how we collect it department by department is a little bit different, you know. And so we'll just find a way to weave all of that data that we've collected together into one kind of cohesive, digestible story that we'll be able to present to you.
If I may add, I think it is both sides of what you're framing there. One is, for now, we still were able to collect a huge amount of meaningful data, despite that barrier that it was collected differently and that there were some major areas where we didn't have the information we sought. And I do anticipate we'll be able to tell a cohesive story and important findings from what we do have. But I do think there's a secondary finding, which is that as we differ in how race and ethnicity data are collected to department, we have an opportunity to try to standardize in some ways, or to at least prioritize collection to the extent we can. Many departments may have barriers because they have to collect data in a state or federal data system that dictates how we do so. And that's especially detrimental with things like understanding subgroups of Latino populations, such as indigenous populations. So we see both an opportunity to digest what we did have and bring you something meaningful in October and November, and to improve the data collection going forward.
Great. So once this is done, what I'm interested in then learning about, because we're going to create markers, right? This is a baseline, and hopefully when we develop policy, when our services and programs shift in a way that is congruent with the needs of the Latino community, that we asked them to tell us what is it that they need and desire, and now we are going to shift our services, and then we have to determine, did we improve? Is this making a difference? And so then what I'm going to ask for you to come back with is to think about what that data collection, whether it's inconsistencies, using your own language in this report, whatever that is, but for you to think about what would it make it easier when we do this, I don't know, 5 years from now, 10 years from now, whatever, we are going to evaluate the differences that we have, the strategies and shifts in our service to actually evaluate, did we make a difference? I want to make sure that we don't have any obstacles in data collection. And especially, I know that you preliminarily took some of that data that you received back from the 18 different departments back in last year. I can't remember.
During Binational Health Week.
Thank you. It
Yeah.
was October. Yes, it was October. And there were different levels of information. There were some that really went down a couple of levels and broke down the data quite a bit, and there were some that were just very, just the scooping up the top of the cream, right? And I want to get to a point where we really understand, especially in our juvenile justice system, in our jail system, because that's where the end of the line is. For some of our families and some of our children. And I want to make sure that we have a lot of preventative interventions beforehand. And as we make more difficult decisions on what we're going to fund in future years, I want to make sure that we are not inadvertently hurting the Latino community by eliminating some of those preventative or intervention strategies and programs and services that are going to make a difference. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Okay, wonderful. And with that, I will make a motion to approve To receive the report from
Second.
Public Health.
Thank you. I'd love to second that
And with this
and
additional direction that I just provided. Thank you.
absolutely. I'm so really in awe, Supervisor Arenas, of your leadership on this, and what is to come, I think, will not only serve so well the Latino community, but will provide a really strong template to address the vast diversity in our community. So I'm really excited to see how the work moves along and to learn along with everyone. For today, I'm interested in learning a little bit more about the maternal and child health area of focus, and wondering, other than birth rates, the preliminary results don't mention kind of any statistics that might relate to maternal health disparities. I know, Rhonda, that is an area that you have been devoted to particularly. Is this going to be addressed in the final report, or are we showing that there were no significant findings?
No, just because it's not in the report today does not mean that there's not any findings in that area. So as you saw in the presentation, all the data sets that we have, as well as the community conversations. So we have not completed the analysis of that. We just completed the data collection. And so in the little bubble of the timeline, we're kind of right in the middle of the green and the teal bubble. So there will be more coming. And that has bubbled up as one of the 4 priority focus areas because of gaps and because of people, the community is identifying that is an important need. So.
Thank you. I certainly suspected there was more to come, but just wanted to hear that affirmatively. So thank you so much. There was a note in the report that service utilization was hard to accurately analyze. Could one of you say a little bit more about that?
So that's similar to what we were just discussing, Supervisor Ellenberg, with Supervisor Arenas, is that the way that we keep data department by department varies. It could be because of the state requires us in one area to submit data in a certain way for a certain amount of services, like healthcare services. And it might be for behavioral health services, the state or the federal government requires us to keep data another way. So there are variations in how we capture our data, mostly by our regulatory or funding requirements that are placed upon us in this county. So when we gather data from the 18 departments, there are variations in how that data looks. And so we just have, the challenge of synthesizing that data in a way that's digestible. And then 2, we have the opportunity to look at that data and think about how we might want to work together across county departments in capturing data that allows us to do this type of work ongoing in a way that, that we can consistently share across departments. So it's mostly because of the variations in how we collect the data, and that is primarily due to regulatory and funding requirements.
I got it. Thank you so much. And if you had already engaged on that with Supervisor Arenas, apparently I needed the second hearing to get it. So thank you. And then also to build on something that she said about looking at impact. When we're looking at all of the data that you'll have on service utilization, however you sift through it all, utilization won't necessarily give us metrics on the success or the impact. How is that kind of addressed separately? These services were provided, but if people are not doing better in the community.
So there's a couple of things that are playing out here, and both you, Rocio, and Sarah can help me here. There's a couple of things. So the service utilization is a snapshot of what our utilization is among Latino population across a spectrum of services across the county of Santa Clara. And for many of the departments, we have trend data, so we could see how that utilization has varied over a period of time. We also have the multiple quantitative data sets that we have that show things like health outcomes, disease outcomes, indicators, those kinds of things that are very broad for the Latino population in the county as a whole.
Right. So can you tie those very broad circumstances to the success or failure of one or another programs?
No.
No.
I don't think that we can do that. What this Latino health assessment is it's a broad evaluation or a broad assessment of the state of health outcomes for the Latino population with all of these different components that we've added in. What it is not is an evaluation of the outcomes of the services that are provided by the county.
Thank you for making that so clear. It is so much easier for me as one member of the board to really understand how to read something and what I am looking for and what the appropriate expectations are. So thank you so much for that. And of course, I understand that it will be presented as a county-wide analysis. I know there are also community-level conversations going on, and I'm interested in whether conversations at that level will be reflected in the final report. And I'll be specific. The reason that I'm asking about that is thinking about Cadillac Winchester in my district, and I want to be sure that any of that community's uniqueness, as well as uniqueness of any other neighborhood community, is noted somehow that is distinct from the aggregate conclusions that are reached.
Yes, so I apologize that I might have missed if you said this already, Sarah, but we had 3 community conversations in District 1, 4 community conversations in District 2, 1 community conversation in Cadillac Winchester area, 1 in District 4, and 1 in District 5. So we
Cadillac Winchester is District 4, so that was the one that was done there, right?
Okay. Sorry.
That's okay.
And we have 12 overall.
Right.
So we had lots of other community conversations that were really focused on the gaps. So we have that information. We also have data, we have limited data at census tract level, and we have some data, much data at the zip code level. So to the extent that gaps and disparities exist and that are bubbling up in specific geographic areas, we will be able to highlight what those areas are, even though this is a county-wide assessment. And that includes a combination of the quantitative data and the qualitative data, which is both the key informant interviews and the community conversations.
Thank you. So let me just follow up a little bit there, really thinking ultimately about the improvement and action plan. Will you kind of reconvene representatives from all of those different geographic areas and neighborhoods that participated in those initial conversations in how the ultimate recommendations are implemented?
So when we get to the conversations with the community around action planning, I don't know that we will actually contact the exact same people that were participating in the community conversations. I'm not sure about the feasibility of that.
Sure,
however,
but the same neighborhoods, the same groups?
Yeah, but attention will be given to make sure that we have again, engagement across the county, across the 5 supervisorial district areas, and in the areas that we've deemed priority, populations or subpopulations and communities within the Latino community. We will certainly be thoughtful about that in the action planning as well.
Thank you. This sounds incredibly complicated. And I admire you all for the skills that you have to be able to put this together and translate it in a way for us to be able to then create policy and help improve our community. So really just thank you. Thank you for the learning, and I look forward to the next installment. Supervisor Lee.
So first of all, I just want to thank our team for this incredible work that you've been put together, and of course thanking my colleague Supervisor Rennes for the leadership of bringing forth this important body of work. there are a lot of data here today that's been shown so far that is definitely trending well. A lower teenage pregnancy, faster COVID recovery, higher life expectancy, those are certainly good numbers. And of course, for us to make the right policy, we need it to be data-driven. So these are the type of data that we all obviously need. Also interesting to learn that the most number of percentage of young people was in the Latino community. That was very interesting to learn. What I would like to ask is to certainly do more highlighting of the gaps and the barriers to the services, whether it's healthcare services or even legal services. Just this morning, the President of the United States has announced to provide spouses of U.S. citizens who are DACA to be able to qualify for path to citizenship through green card, for example. So those are the type of legal services that certainly would be needed in the community. And so those are things I would like to see if we could get those addressed in the report. That would be very helpful. Second is this report, I know will be in English, would this also be planned to be made in Spanish as well?
Yeah, the plan is the report will be written and translated into Spanish.
Right, and I certainly do believe that this is a report that, despite it's only for this county, I think it's in many ways so applicable that could be used not only by our own cities, but by neighboring jurisdictions as well. So I think there's a lot of takeaways that potentially could be very useful for other jurisdictions to learn about the gaps that's existing in the community. So I just want to say thank you very much for the awesome work, and I'm looking forward to the great stuff coming in October, right? That's when they'll be released.
That is correct.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Let's vote on this report with motion by Arenas with additional direction beyond the staff recommendation, and second by Ellenberg.
Supervisor Arenas?
Yes.
Supervisor Chavez? Absent. Supervisor Smidian?
Aye.
Vice President Lee?
Aye.
President Ellenberg?
Yes.
Motion carries 4-0.
Thank you so much. Item 24 is the Heading Home Campaign Quarterly Report.
Good afternoon, Supervisor Ellenberg, members of the board, Consuelo Hernandez, Director, Office of Supportive Housing. I am joined by Hillary Armstrong, Deputy Director. We have a very short presentation, and then we are available for questions.
Fantastic.
Good afternoon, President Ellenberg and members of the board. Hillary Armstrong, Deputy Director with the Office of Supportive Housing. We're happy to be here today to provide you with our regular quarterly update regarding our Heading Home campaign. It covers the 2.5 years since the start of the campaign in October 2021. First, as a reminder, we just wanted to share again the 4 core strategies of our Heading Home campaign for your reference. And we're excited to share our data to date that we have 1,682 families with children who've obtained permanent housing, which equates to almost 6,000 people. And we have 2,565 families who've accessed services through our homelessness prevention system, as well as 207 new supportive and affordable housing units for families that have opened, and another several hundred that are under construction as well as in the development pipeline. We also wanted to share one slide from our dashboard that is available in full in your board packet and posted with the agenda. This shows a number of the different data points, and we wanted to point out the monthly placements of families with children into housing. And you can really see the surge that we were able to achieve with the added resource of emergency housing vouchers, in particular between approximately October of 2022 and April of 2023. And we have managed to sustain progress, even though we've used up almost all of the emergency housing vouchers, but we really think that this shows what our community can do with an infusion of dedicated resources for families.
We're also excited to share that we have 812 new units of supportive and affordable housing for families that are open or under construction, and another 856 that will open by 2028, many of which will open before then. This courtyard is part of the Vitalia Apartments, which is I think it was the one that got redistricted from District 4 to District 1, and we just celebrated the grand opening back in March. We also have exciting single court in Milpitas, near the Milpitas BART station. We'll celebrate the grand opening on July 17th with 38 deeply affordable and supportive units for families. And on May 21st, 2024, the board approved the Winchester Boulevard Apartments that adds another 50 units for families to our pipeline. One highlight that we wanted to share with you all around our work in this area since the last time we reported to you is that OSH and the Office of Children and Families Policy have been in conversation with the Santa Clara County Office of Education and local school districts to discuss collaboration opportunities, better understand each other's programs and eligibility, as well as the definitions in the guiding legislation through HUD versus McKinney-Vento programs. And so we wanted to share with the board just this high-level overview of the differing definitions between our HUD programs and the McKinney-Vento definition, which is broader. It provides eligibility for school supports for families with children who are unhoused or fit any of these definitions, including couch surfing and at risk. We also wanted to share that we ran some initial data with the County Office of Education around the McKinney-Vento families and tried to kind of crosswalk that into our programs in the supportive housing system to just get a really initial first read on which programs these families might be eligible for. And so this is really based on their reported housing status through the County Office of Education's data system. But for those who are staying in a shelter, clearly we would look to see kind of which temporary or supportive housing programs folks might be eligible for. For those who are sharing housing, which we would note is a large number of these folks, we would want to explore, and again, this is preliminary, but explore homelessness prevention services, tenants' rights, education and services, and other, connection to safety net services and affordable housing. And you can see similarly with those who are staying in cars or parks would be more in our looking for temporary housing and supportive housing options. And for those in a hotel or motel, depending on the situation. So we also, will continue this conversation with those school districts and the County Office of Education to really dive deeper and see where we can further analyze the data that we have available through the Office of Supportive Housing, and also opportunities to connect the McKinney-Vento families who are being served through our school system to ensure that they're connected with safety net resources through the county's other departments, as well as the Office of Supportive Housing programs as they're eligible. We also just continue to see increasing need for all types of housing and homelessness prevention services, as well as temporary shelter. And you all voted to support an infusion of $10 million in one-time funding in April 2024 to really increase that temporary housing capacity for families. So our teams are working quickly to implement that, as well as just continuing to try to shore up our system across each level of the system. So with that, unless Consuelo wanted to add anything, we're here for your questions. And thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Hillary, and thank you, Consuelo. I'll look first for public comment, please.
I currently have no public speakers.
All right, thank you. I'll look to any of my colleagues and then come back to myself. Anyone have comments? Supervisor Lee.
Well, first of all, thank you so much for the great report on the quarterly basis. And this is the one that I'm always very excited when I see you sitting at the right before the dais, because this is the good news and more good news to come. And so I just want to say thank you for the good work on this Heading Home campaign that we've been working on. That's the good news. Of course, the bad news is that the Measure A funding from 2016 is running out. So we're getting to see that the hard work is finally coming to fruition. We have lots of grand opening to show up for that, but at the same time, we also see that there's going to be a gap of time that we need more to come up with housing. And so the earlier referral from Supervisor Chavez that we just passed is certainly one idea to look forward, and whether it's the regional housing bond that will be passed or not, the need for the funding, continuing funding to do this important work is absolutely no less urgent. So I just want to say thank you for staff for this wonderful report. Now, I just want to move to accept the the report and the recommendation as let forth by staff. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm happy to second that. Supervisor Arenas?
Thank you. I also want to acknowledge all the really good work that your department is doing, Consuelo. You're doing the very heavy lifting, if you will, of and putting all the details to work. One of which was, I had asked for your department to work. Now it is department, right? Yeah, to work with the McKinney-Vento and the County Office of Ed, and so I'm glad to see that happening. And I know that there's two different definitions that you all work with, and I'd like to figure out how and when will we be able to see some of those, be able to see on the dashboard where those families, how are they showing up on the dashboard is how I'd like to recognize how that partnership is unfolding. And also I know that you've been working with them, but if you could tell me a little bit more about those partnership efforts and planning efforts, that would be great.
Thank you, Supervisor Arenas, for the question. And thank you to both you and Supervisor Ellenberg for asking us to think differently about our partnership with the school districts. I will say over the last 4 years or so, we've kind of always hit a wall, and I think it's because we've focused so much on where we're not aligned instead of finding the area of opportunity to find alignment. And so in thinking about the body of work that we have coming next, if you will, we are working on scheduling our first follow-up meeting for next Friday. And the intent behind that meeting is to understand, is there an opportunity to better understand how we can share data? For instance, Hillary showed in the slides that there's a certain number of students who are in temporary shelter. It would be great to connect with those folks and confirm that they're in our temporary shelter programs. What services are they being connected to? And then working with our colleagues in social services to make sure, and this was part of your request, Supervisor Arenas, that it doesn't necessarily have to be connection to a Office of Supportive housing program, but what other services in the county are they eligible for, and how are we working collaboratively across departments to make sure families are being served kind of through a continuum. So it is a lot of work that we have coming forward. We anticipate giving you highlights on that progress every quarter as we move along. We had not thought about how to represent that progress in a dashboard, but we can certainly take that back and also share with our colleagues and find a way to express the body of work that we're doing through numbers and through a dashboard, besides doing it in a narrative format like we were anticipating.
Yes, I really appreciate that, and I want to know what the resources that you need in order for this to be productive, because I know that it's a lot of managing, right, and case managing, and whether it's an internal service of ours or external to our system, we still need for those families, and especially for those children, to receive that connection, right? Because as you might have not been in the room, but we just heard about all of these adverse, that Latino children have more adverse childhood experiences than their counterparts. And so
We also saw that there's overcrowding more significant in Latino families than in others. And so these are, and I think it was you, President Ellenberg, that talked about what's the difference that it makes, as a kiddo grows up. And I know you didn't mention the neuropsychology to it, but there is a difference in the way that that child unfolds and how stress impacts that child. And as that child becomes a young adult and then an adult, that stress level is always almost at the surface level compared to other children that haven't gone through some of these experiences. And if we can prevent that and create less of a stress during childhood, that is ultimately what I'm looking for. I mean, obviously you put roofs over people's heads, but you also provide security and stability and opportunity to go to work and go to school. And so as we started acknowledging a lot more about the Latino community or about what our children are going through in the different school districts, I expect all of that information to kind of connect. I mean, short of miracles, I think that you do such wonderful work and how you carry out and how thoughtful you are. And so I want to see what you need. Pretend like the county executive is not in this room. And you just tell me what your wish list is. Oh, and then President Ellenberg, too. Pretend she's not here.
Oh, what? I'm with you on this.
Oh, good. No, pretend she's here. I'll just say the same thing that I said before in the previous item. We don't want to cut services that we know are necessary in order to keep children and families stabilized from going further into our system, from receiving a higher need in terms of services. And so you're one of those stopgaps, right? And so when you're connected to the children, you do, and you're able to do this in a way that's meaningful, right? They're not in DFCS, hopefully, and they're not in juvenile justice system. These are our families that kind of are floating in somewhere in between. This is an opportunity for us to really pull them into a system. And I was having a conversation actually with an Eastside Union High School district trustee, and we were talking about how unfortunate some of our Latino boys need to be enrolled, registered, somehow connected to a system in order for them to receive services and the type of support that is going to allow them to concentrate and focus on education. And, this was kind of in the context of summer school, and there's a waiting list. And I don't know if my colleagues know this, but there's something that we need to make sure that we have conversations with our districts, especially in our high school setting. There's a waiting list for our kids who, and not of them, I'm going to say, boys, because they didn't do so well during the school year. And if they're on the waiting list and there's not enough teachers to teach them, right, they're going to get further and further behind. I'll just say that if we have people like you who are sprinkled throughout these different systems, is an opportunity for us to catch some of these kiddos before they get to DFCS, before they get to juvenile justice system, before they get to our jails. And not to put everything on your shoulders, but there is an opportunity, right? And so we have to make sure that we take advantage of that. And so this is, I say all of this so that I can anchor when I provide you with some direction or some feedback. This is where I'm coming from. This is where I stem from when I make these recommendations, and not because I want us to be more involved in SCOE. I want us to make sure that we are also part of these preventative systems as much as we can be. So anyways, I know that you get me. You're nodding, and so is President Ellenberg, so I'm just going to stop. But I want to thank you for continuing to work with me and to listen to some of these concerns, and then really making some efforts in integrating our systems and our partnerships. So thank you.
Thank you. And without repeating, I really wholeheartedly support everything that Supervisor Arenas said. One of the things I was noticing is just the number of different departments that for you to be successful need to be involved. And I'm curious to know if Osh is kind of holding this with other departments. At a minimum, I'm thinking about schooling services and the Office of Children and Families Policy and SSA for all of those services and public health. You're all working to support the same population. Is there, what does the coordination look like?
Thank you, Board President Ellenberg, for the question. You know, with housing being, and affordable housing being the, top of mind, number one or number two item of priority for a lot of folks these days, we do find ourselves in spaces that are outside of our original mission in terms of focusing on making homelessness rare, brief, and non-recurring. But I think we have adapted based on the needs in the community. And so one of the things I did want to say and thank Sarah Duffy in the Office of Children and Family Policy, because it doesn't all have to live with OSH. I think we all have a role to play in serving families with children. And I think you've given us the opportunity through Heading Home to be part of that convening where it isn't necessarily our area of expertise, but we have great partners with our social services agency, with Sarah and a few others that really we're relying on their expertise and kind of our, for better or for worse, we've become very good at braiding funding and finding that gray area of opportunity, even in the leanest of budgets. And I think we've also been very thoughtful about not starting from a place of what is the resource, but what is the problem that we're solving for.
Thank you.
And making sure that if there is another office that is already doing the work, that we are tapping into that and not necessarily stepping in the shoes of the leader, but more of a thought partner and how do we bridge those gaps of communication really and not necessarily seek for additional resource, but more along the lines of, if somebody's already providing the service, how do we make sure that the people we're trying to serve have access? And if access is an issue, how do we fix the access and the process? I hope that answered the question.
It does, and it's really music to my ears, so thank you for that. I appreciated the comment about working better, again, with the school districts and looking to share data. About 5 years ago, there were lots of issues around data sharing with the County Office of Ed and with the school districts and who was participating in Data Zone and who wasn't. And are we past that, either philosophically or technologically? Are we able to share that kind of identified student information?
We are not past it, Supervisor. I think where we are is taking another look to see what that might unfold in terms of a partnership. And in the absence of data sharing, how can we work together to make those connections? So it's a very early conversation. There's willingness, which is more than we had before from our office. And we hope to give you an update when we come back in October.
Excellent. I would suspect that the McKinney-Vento people are on site, and if our schooling services folks are on site, there has got to be some way to, if you can't share a physical record, you can point to a kid and say this family needs support or help. So I'm glad that there's progress there, and certainly please call on any of us, maybe particularly Supervisor Arenas or myself, where we can be helpful with the relationships that we have. We're very, very invested in the success of this work. The distinctions that you point out between McKinney-Vento and HUD, to me in some ways sort of cut both ways. It's the McKinney-Vento is broader and catches more kids, which I think is very important. The HUD definition is so narrow, yet this wider definition actually makes it harder to get families HUD vouchers. So, and they're both federal programs. Do you think this is a matter that requires a legislative fix? And if so, it's something that I will turn to our county executive and IGR and think about how we pursue that? Or do you think it's not necessary to align them and that the different advantages of each one are useful to you? What would be ideal?
I mean, the ideal would be unrestricted funds so that we can serve the people that we need to. But I think it is a big lift, Supervisor Ellenberg, to be honest, where it is a concurrent strategy of alignment from a policy perspective, and then what do you do in the interim while you're waiting for those changes?
So when you talk about the policy changes, I assume we're talking about federal law, right?
Correct.
Not a local policy.
Correct. And I think there's also recognition that the housing lens is different than what the school district might be looking at and how they measure their success in their implementation of their programs versus a program that was specifically tailored to address unhoused individuals versus someone who might be unstably housed, living multi-generational, multiple families in one household or in one house or one apartment. You know, we don't have the same lens or mission in what we're solving for, and that's why I say it is a heavy lift on the policy side, because you're dealing with two groups of people who
then maybe we don't. I'm sorry to interrupt. Go ahead.
No worries. But fundamentally, the reason why we highlight these differences is you can see the similarities between the policies, and it comes down to a function of a lack of resources. If we had sufficient resources, there would be less of a tension between who we serve.
Right. Does McKinney-Vento eligibility connect to any kind of housing voucher or housing priority within its own definition?
Not in the programs that the Office of Supportive Housing manages. Ours are, you know, there is a potential overlap with one of our definitions, and we absolutely do serve folks. They're not prioritized, is the difference.
And the chart noted, other than for the first group of entirely unsheltered families, tell me about that comment of minimally invasive, or was that the right word?
Yes, this was our attempt to show the school districts how we define a housing intervention. So the majority of our programs are for somebody who is literally homeless. And for us, literally homeless means, does not mean sleeping on a couch. It does not mean doubling up. You know, for us, it literally is sleeping in a vehicle, sleeping outside. That is homeless.
Okay, so we do have a good number of families, unfortunately, who fit that definition of homelessness by virtue of living in their cars or being in shelters.
Correct. And they are eligible for the services within the supportive housing system. And then in our system, we have 3 general housing interventions. Minimal intervention, meaning that there are certain episodes of homelessness, but they have not been homeless long enough to meet the other criteria. And in all reality, their pathway to stability is affordable housing or is connection to the safety net. Because they don't have either they don't earn enough money, they don't have the right resources, and they find themselves in a space of uncertainty when it comes to housing stability. And you know, when you think about the 4,722 students who found themselves living in shared housing, if our direction in a workflow is get assessed, they will never be served through the supportive housing system because of the other folks who have higher priorities, higher needs. And so we really appreciate it about your request, and Supervisor Arena's request is, well, then what are the alternative options? And so that made us, you know, think deeply about, do we enhance our minimal intervention? And Supervisor Lee, you and I have had some conversations around this area of work where we don't actually have a program designed for people who have a minimal intervention need. We connect them to affordable housing. We might connect them to the social services agency, but there's no, in our system way of tracking folks unless they come back to the system.
Right. Thank you. Last question. Have we been able to use all of the original 1,200 or so vouchers associated with this campaign?
They are. I believe that there are 56 or 53 households who are in quote-unquote housing search, waiting to
Holding vouchers, to looking
holding
for
their
housing.
voucher.
Okay.
They are simply looking for a landlord that is willing to accept them. And in some instances, we still do see some families who have a specific desire to live in an apartment or a single-family home that is outside of their reach. And so we've given them a little bit more time to find an alternative that's more reasonable.
Got it. Well, again, just thank you both so much, and all of the teams working behind you and around you to do this work. It's really tremendous. Thank you. I think we can vote on this item.
Supervisor Arenas?
Yes.
Supervisor Chavez absent. Supervisor Sumedian?
Aye.
Vice President Lee?
Aye.
President Ellenberg?
Yes.
Motion carries 4-0.
Thank you very much. Items 25 through 31 have been handled on consent. Item 32 is the first 5 Santa Clara County Diaper Kit Program contract extension. And I will go, is there someone? Hello. I'll go right to Supervisor Arenas for questions, and then I'll go to public comment. You pulled it, you wanted this item to stay on
I'm sorry,
regular
I thought you
agenda.
were doing public comment first.
Would you rather I do public comment first?
Sure, I think, yeah.
All
that
right,
would be
let's do
wonderful.
public comment first. Do we have any speakers on item 32? Oh, and also this requires a Levine Act announcement. It's the first 5 Santa Clara County Diaper Kit Program contract extension. And while we're waiting to see if we have speakers, Rhonda, why don't you read the Levine Act announcement?
Item number 32 is subject to the Levine Act. Any party or their agents must disclose on the record a contribution of more than $250 made to a board member as described on page 3 of the agenda. Participants who have a financial interest and their agents are requested to make a similar disclosure. And with that, we do not have any speakers on this item.
All right, then I will look to Supervisor Sumedian.
Thank you, Madam President. And as you have anticipated, I just wanted to indicate that we have been advised that item 32 on today's agenda may be subject to the Levine Act, as indicated in the language of our published agenda. We've also been advised that pursuant to state law, any party or their agents must disclose on the record a contribution of more than $250 made to a board member, as described on page 3 of our agenda. So I want to ask at this time that if any party or agent has made such a contribution, that they disclose that contribution immediately so that I may promptly recuse myself. I would also ask that if any participant in these proceedings, as defined by the Levine Act, has made such a contribution, that they disclose that contribution immediately so that I may promptly recuse myself. And I would like to also ask that if any employee of the County Counsel's office or the Clerk of the Board's office or any other member of county staff or any member of the public knows of any reason I should recuse myself under the Levine Act, that they please disclose that information immediately so that I may promptly recuse myself. Thank you, Madam President and colleagues.
Thank you. Now, Supervisor Arenas, to your questions.
Thank you. Thank you for allowing me to ask questions on this. Hi, Dan. So one of the reasons I pulled this item is because I wanted to know a little bit more about how the program was going to distribute the diapers, especially in, it's not within my district, but it is within my past council district, and I know this area very well because it's a bit of a desert in terms of community-based organizations that serve it. And this is the Welch community. And I'm just going to straight out just start with what my concerns are is that there's a First 5 resource center that was at K. Smith, the school that is kind of the hub of this neighborhood. It is getting closed or already closed because of the school year ending. And one of the ways that this community received diapers was through that FRC. On the other side, when I was in the city, I also set up, I think it was $1 million for diapers and formula. It was the very first time the city ever did anything for young children in this way. And so our community has grown accustomed to certain services now that in absence of this FRC, I want to know how are we going to ask our partners to create that level of support for those that neighborhood. And I understand there's Las Palmas, what is it? With the probation department, they have the neighborhood strong, I can't remember, but you know what I'm talking about, right?
Yes.
And so there's another, I think Pacific Clinics is running that center over in that area. But it isn't necessarily convenient nor neutral for families, because you're asking somebody to go, Valley Palms is what it is. You're asking for folks to cross potentially gang lines. You're asking folks to come into an area where they're not familiar, and this is where people actually live. It's not like it's a neutral place like a school setting or a community center. And so I'm concerned, one, of the absence, and two, of the distribution of the diaper kits. And so what are we asking our partners to do in order to make sure that our community continues to receive access to those two things?
Thank you, Supervisor. Daniel Little, Director of Social Services Agency. I think it's a really good question. We should have Mike Gonzalez from First 5 on that I would like to expand upon kind of their process for the sites. But I will say that in partnership with many of our providers, social services and our sub-departments have identified the areas that are kind of the higher needs based on some of the data that we have, the census data that we have. So who's served most in our child welfare programs, who's served most in our eligibility programs. So that information would be shared within this sense, First 5, to make sure that the distribution of this resource, which you rightly pointed out, I think many families have really come to rely upon, is going to meet those needs in those really vulnerable communities. For the actual determination of the sites, maybe I'll turn it over to Mike to talk about their process.
Thank you.
Hi, Supervisor Adanais.
Hi, Mike.
So we are working to implement this diaper program. We have done this for a few years now, and we're really excited to expand our program. One, I want to say that First 5 has recently unveiled a new initiative called Stronger Systems, Stronger Families. This initiative is really focused on strengthening the system of care for specific priority populations that we've named in our strategic plan. One that we're really focused to support basic needs, one that will enhance safety both in the home and in the community, and also advance healthy development. We know for healthy development and also for basic needs, diapers plays a big role in this. And so in our new strategic plan, our new initiative, Stronger Systems, Stronger Families, and through our new RFP, we identified new place-based resource centers that will sort of be a cornerstone to this new initiative. The new initiative is for place-based resource centers are very different from the previous FRC model, FRC initiative. And note though, the FRCs have sort of emerged or has sort of mutated to different type of initiatives. First was a Learning Together initiative, then the Family Resource Center initiative, and now it's a Stronger Systems, Stronger Families initiative. But what's very different in this initiative from the other initiatives is that this one's very centered on families and really centered on really partnering with families and communities to co-create, co-design, and implement sort of this new way of being in these spaces. And so, yes, there are some closures due to this new initiative through the RFP that occurred. There's also declining revenue at First 5, which we're very grateful that the county and Santa Clara can also step in and support, allowing us to actually fund 10 place-based sites, which will total, 10 CBO sites that will total 15 place-based centers. Today we have 19, so we're going to be funding 15. So there is a reduction. And I will tell you the reduction for sure, yes, in the Evergreen, the Catherine Smith site, which is considered Evergreen FRC, as well as 2 other sites nearby, which is considered the Puritan and Hubbard Family Resource Centers. Yet you did mention we are looking for ways to ensure continuity of services and really close gaps. We do have a plan to refer families from Evergreen to the Valley Palm site, as you mentioned. It is 0.8 miles away. Families right now are going to the Valley Palm site. Pacific Clinics is the operator of that site. We're looking for ways to really ensure that all these spaces that we're funding are welcoming and are safe and are sort of embracive of all the families that live and work and learn there. But we can always do better. And so I think your question is one that we're holding because we actually have 2 phases in our implementation for this year. One is phase 1 right now for implementing the diaper distribution program. Our hope is to ensure that by July 1st, that all of the family first 5 place-based resource centers that we're funding, all 15 of them, are ready to implement on July 1st. That's the first thing we're doing to ensure that there's continuity. For in this case, Valley Palm, we want to make sure they're successful July 1st because although we're unable to fund Evergreen and that site's being operated by Catholic Charities, they're unable to also sustain that site. So that site will close. And so we are working with Catholic Charities to ensure that families are communicated about the changes. They're able to identify the new site nearest to them, which is Valley Palms. So that's really phase 1 to ensure that all these sites, the 15 sites, are ready to go July 1st. Phase 2, which will occur by the end of August, is to identify other gaps, other system gaps that we identified, both gaps around geographic barriers. So if there's a geographic barrier, meaning say families cannot access another site because it's too far or it's just too cumbersome, that's a barrier we want to identify by August. But also there's also barriers around children with special needs. In the last year, we heard a lot about from families, especially through our new initiative, that a lot of families aren't able to access diapers for the right size of their children. So some families have premature children or have older children using diapers. And so right now the diapers isn't really available for those special needs of children. And so we really want to identify those as gaps as well. So by August, we're going to identify these gaps. And so they could be regional or they could be special need gaps that we want to identify and actually identify 5 other sites throughout the county. So it could be more within East San Jose. And actually, there's several sites in East San Jose that we're providing diapers in, but also like South San Jose and in Morgan Hill and in Gilroy and in the West County area as well. And so just giving you a high-level perspective of sort of the implementation efforts we're doing, but we're doing this all with our partners and with our families in mind.
Thank you, Mike. I still continue to have my concern. I'll ask if we could discuss this offline, because I know you're familiar with King Road, and those families that are Valley Palms typically have a walking bus to get to school to K. Smith. So that's an organized strategy in order to cross the street in a safe way. And so, and I know how difficult it is for families even to cross Ocala, which is multiple lanes, to get to the library on the other side of that. And then, of course, you're asking folks to cross different boundaries in terms of who lives there and gang affiliations and such. And so, anyways, I'm just really concerned that this is not as an open resource center as I would like in this area, and that I think that community actually deserves, and to go look for it in a apartment building within a whole neighborhood is creating more barriers for families. But and so I'm going to ask in your phase 2 to advocate for whatever additional sites that are remaining, for that to be continue to be considered. And I'll reach out to the organization as well. I just think that these families continue to be overlooked in a way that is really unfair. They're not exactly East Side, and they're not exactly Evergreen. They're right in the middle, and everybody forgets them. There isn't one organization in that area, and we saw it very evident during the pandemic because we couldn't deliver some of the services or the mask or the immunizations because there wasn't an agency. We actually went to the Aloha Rink Center as a way to, this was the place where people are going to receive all of these services that are so crucial to the pandemic so that they can stay safe, because there isn't an organization. I mean, I even had a youth center at Eastridge Mall because there isn't a hub. And so when you take a hub like this or a hub that we've created over the years, you start to diminish that sense of community in those neighborhoods. And so I'm really concerned not only with the diapers and formulas, but overall the strategy that is being used to support this area. But like I said, this goes beyond just formula and diapers. And so I'll reach out and make sure to have a conversation. I'm so glad that you're having this new community-led effort, which is going to allow for you to continue to support families and continue to support communities. And I think it's the Stronger System, Stronger Families initiative, which is wonderful. Inadvertently, I don't want some communities to continue to be overlooked simply because there isn't a hub. And it's no fault of theirs. Before I reopened that Welch Community Center some years ago, it was closed for like 15 years without any kind of organization or service coming out of there. And so when we came in, there was prostitution, there was gambling. This is at the community center's bathrooms, right? I mean, there was no community center but there was bathrooms there, right? Anyway, so I just don't want some of the effort that's created progress for that neighborhood, along with that there's Project Hope that came in and delivered a lot of services. There's a neighborhood association that was supported. We actually got, for the very first time in 17 years, we got speed bumps that is absolutely difficult to get in any part of San Jose. And so, there's progress that's been done in that neighborhood that I fear that once hubs like these continue to go away, the support and the systems that go along with it go away as well. And so anyways, I'm going to make a motion to support the diaper and formula contract to get approved, and I will also reach out to ensure that we have further conversations. And Dan, I appreciate you being part of this conversation and listening to some of my concerns. I know that we can't get to every place in San Jose and in this county, but when we have areas that are chronically areas that are impacted by violence and gangs and poverty, just like the one that President Ellenberg mentioned earlier today, because she wants to ensure that it is identified and supported, that when there's a loss or there's a loss of a resource or that there's a resource being added, that we make sure that it is being disseminated in a way that continues to create community. And so I just appreciate your support in this as well. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll second your motion. Let's vote, please.
Supervisor Arenas?
Yes.
Supervisor Chavez, absent. Supervisor Semidian?
Aye.
Vice President Lee?
Aye.
President Ellenberg?
Yes.
Motion carries 4-0.
Thank you. Before we move on to the items that were removed from the consent calendar, we're circling back to item 18, actions to address AT&T request to withdraw as carrier of last resort. And I will look to County Council.
Deputy County Counsel Elizabeth Vissers will make a brief presentation and then open it up for questions.
Good afternoon. I'll keep it brief. Following your prior referral, the county participated in the public comment forum at the California Public Utilities Commission, or CPUC. County Council also filed a motion for party status in the proceeding. That motion was subsequently granted, and after the administrative law judge filed a proposed decision, we filed formal comments supporting the proposed decision because it proposes to dismiss AT&T's application with prejudice. The proposed decision is on the Public Utilities Commission agenda for June 20th, so in 2 days. Currently, there are no alternate proposed decisions on the agenda, which is a procedure that a commissioner could use to propose a different decision. So we're hopeful that the proposed decision will be adopted. Also on the agenda and included in the proposed decision is an order that would institute a new rulemaking process in which the Public Utilities Commission would consider whether to make any changes to its current rules regarding carriers of last resort. And finally, the intergovernmental relations team has been working together with CSAC and other entities to coordinate on advocacy to the CPUC and also monitoring the state legislature for any potentially relevant bills and developments.
Thank you very much. Do we have public comments on this item?
We do not.
Supervisor Smithian?
Thank you, Ms. Vissers. Speaking of any potentially relevant legislation, we have AB 2797, McKinner, in the mix now, yes?
Correct.
And do I understand correctly that essentially, if passed, and I understand it's been introduced as a gut and amend, meaning kind of a last-minute play here?
Correct.
If passed, it would essentially set aside a decision by the PUC, the CPUC, on this matter. Is that correct?
Essentially, it would greatly reduce the commission's jurisdiction and ability to review carrier of last resort withdrawal. It would allow a carrier of last resort to simply submit a notice to the CPUC that would state certain, items, but there would be no review, no public hearings, et cetera, of that notice.
So, colleagues, I have a motion that I'm going to offer here in a minute. I've got written copies to share, and I don't know if the clerk has them. I think she does as well, but let me just pass them out to my left and my right. Going that way, and Supervisor Arenas going that way. Ms. Visser, here's how I would put it colloquially. The legislation would effectively say if the PUC does what we've urged them to do, which is to put a stop to this carrier of last resort walk away, then the legislation would essentially call on the state legislature and the governor in the state of California to say, well, thank you for that decision, but we're not going to follow that decision. We're going to create a process where essentially there is no ability at the PUC to put a stop to that. Am I right about that?
Yeah, I think that's a fair characterization.
All right, colleagues, I thank you, Ms. Visser. I'm sorry. I just want to say, just when you think you've seen it all, it turns out you haven't. And now we've got somebody saying, well, if the PUC does the right thing, let's make sure that they don't have the authority to do the right thing after the fact. And with a gut and amend to boot, which is sometimes an appropriate tool, sometimes, and then other times is a vehicle to take action on a matter that is not on the public's radar, using a dormant vehicle in a way, as I say, that undercuts the authority of the PUC in this instance. So I'm going to offer as a motion, I will move the recommended action, but also direct administration in coordination with County Council to engage in legislative advocacy to oppose AB 2797, the Gut and Amend that I've referenced by McKinner, and to include in our 2024 legislative policies the following statement. The county opposes, 1, efforts to reduce landline phone services and requirements without an alternative equivalent service in place that is equally reliable, including during power outages and emergencies, and 2, efforts to weaken procedural and substantive protections associated with the process for telephone corporations to cease their carrier of last resort obligations, including but not limited to efforts to weaken the oversight of the CPUC over the obligations of carriers of last resort.
I'll second that.
Second.
Thank you, somebody.
If I may, Supervisor Semidian, David Campos here from Sacramento.
There you go. Let me push the input button and see if I can see your smiling face, Mr. Campos. So far,
Thank you.
so far not, but I can hear you loud and clear. Thank you.
Well, thank you. My apologies if I don't come through the image. So I'm here in Sacramento. I just wanted to simply note that we welcome direction from the board on the McKinner bill. We have been watching that very carefully, and I think Supervisor Semidian, you have very accurately described how unusual a move this is, and we welcome direction from the board so that we can protect the county's interests relative to that piece of legislation.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Campos, who I can see now.
Thank you. Let's vote on this item, please.
Supervisor Arenas?
Yes.
Supervisor Chavez, absent. Supervisor Semidian?
Aye.
Vice President Lee?
Aye.
President Ellenberg?
Yes.
Motion carries 4-0.
Thank you very much. We have 2 items that were removed from the consent calendar. Item 70 is the Gender-Based Domestic Violence Prevention Services Agreements. It requires a Levine Act announcement, and it was, go ahead, please.
I believe item 70 was put
Did
back,
she put it back
on consent by Supervisor
Perfect.
Chavez
That was
during
going to be my
consent
next comment. Okay, excellent. Thank you. Then moving to 90, the Tort Lawsuit Settlements Report. Supervisor Semidian.
Thank you, Madam President. And Mr. Pressy, I was out of the room, unfortunately, when you gave your report earlier. But as you know, I have an interest, which I think is shared by the board, based on our previous unanimous judgment, in making these settlements as transparent as they can appropriately be made. This, of course, was on the consent calendar. Nothing wrong with that. That's where a lot of stuff of importance goes. But we don't really talk much about what the basis for these claims is. Now, the board knows because we're in closed session, but in terms of the public knowing what's going on, it sort of requires you to follow and find something buried in a consent calendar. I believe our agenda this week was 12,000 pages long. And this is not a criticism of you, I'm sort of thinking out loud here about what we can do to make the process better. And you know, when we report things out of closed session, when you report things out of closed session, typically it's, you know, we've taken action on an item and people can ask us if they've got questions, which again is not the most transparent way. I understand we're trying to protect our position, but what's your thinking about if we're going to do these? I think it's quarterly reports now on settlements of $1 million or more, yes?
Yes, that's correct.
Is there any harm or problem in describing briefly in the enclosure what the basis of the claim was?
No, we would be happy to do that. So just to clarify, Supervisor Semidian, so our practice has been to put something into the consent calendar, putting forward the report or stating when there's no cases to report or no settlements to report. When there is a settlement, we are both putting it into the consent calendar and noting it during the standing county council report. We would be happy to give a brief description of the matter on the consent calendar and in the oral report if that is responsive to your request.
It would be. I'm going to move that we receive the report and direct staff in future to provide a brief summary of the nature of the claim.
I'm going to second that, and with your hoped-for agreement, I would add also, I think it's important to indicate whether any admission of liability occurred.
Happy to.
I would just note in my decade plus, I've never seen a settlement admit liability. So, I mean, that's,
We could
I
presume
don't
that
think
then.
that's, I'm just stating that I don't know that that's
So you don't think that
useful.
it may not add much?
I don't think it would add anything.
But it doesn't detract, and I think if we are taking the effort to publicize, and for folks that don't see these all the time and aren't attorneys or immersed in this, I think that there is still value in making that note. We've got a couple $1 million across just 2 cases here, and I think understanding a little bit of the context as Supervisor Simidian requested, and a simple statement, and if it's the same statement all the time, that's fine, but whether any admission of liability occurred, I think is important from a public interest perspective.
Happy to include that.
Is that all
I
right?
will
Let's
just
make
say-
sure it's all right with the
Absolutely,
maker.
and I'll just say, I do think there's value to it, even though insiders, meaning the people at this table, may know that we have not had admissions of liability in these settlements. I think to Supervisor Ellenberg's point, there's value in making sure that people don't misunderstand or read into the settlement something that's not there. And the clearest way to do that is to tell them what's not there, which is the admission of liability. That said, I will just reiterate, I think we need to tell people what these claims are about, because if we're going to make the case that we're good government, transparent, and open and public, then the reason I put the referral in the first place was I felt like it was just too easy to write a check and look the other way on these problems rather than generate the kind of public outrage that sometimes needs to be generated in order to get government to take action. So I appreciate the second. I incorporate by reference the friendly amendment, and I ask for an aye vote.
All right, let's vote, please. Public comment. Is there public comment on this item?
There is no public comment.
All right, let's vote, please.
Supervisor Arenas?
Yes.
Supervisor Chavez, absent. Supervisor Simidian? Vice President Lee?
Aye.
President Ellenberg?
Yes.
Motion carries 4-0.
Thank you. That brings us to the end of our agenda, so I will adjourn the meeting with thanks to county administration, staff, departments that made reports, CreaTV, security dudes, all of the clerk's office, and everyone else who made today run smoothly and successfully. Thank you all.